Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and welcome to this debate that I'm having with Jason. Let me unmute him and then switch over to... There we go. There we go. Alright, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Not a whole lot. I finished my... not finished. I had a thing... I was on a show called Stupidity is Not a Right. Really nice show to go on, even though it is pretty much just making fun of flat earthers.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Anyway, there was something that I do have a particular topic in mind, and I want to talk to you today about things like Snell's Law, because I don't think you quite understand Snell's Law.
Just the bending of light when it hits water or a different medium, but they keep bringing up water, so I say water.
Well, different medium. So
It says different medium. I understand different medium, but they always say water. That's why I say water.
who always says water?
Whenever you look it up, it always gives water as.
Well, that's probably an example, and I just realized
Exactly.
something. There we go. That's what I needed to bring up. I forgot that I didn't have... I clicked the wrong thing. But, water is just one example. So a different medium could be, like, glass, it could be a crystal, it could be, all kinds of things.
Agreed.
Yeah. So, one of the things that you brought up last time was with the Eratosthenes experiment. You said that with that, it wouldn't... You said that we need to account for refraction, right?
Atmospheric refraction.
Yep. So, I've actually worked out that when it comes to the Eratosthenes experiment, it doesn't matter. Like, if we just want to see whether the Earth is a globe or flat, right? Then it doesn't actually matter whether we account for it. The reason being is because we can make a series of predictions. So the first one, right, is we can say if the sun is far away, and I'll actually switch to the camera. There we go. So we can make a prediction: if the sun is far away, then the light rays should be coming, and the Earth is flat, then the light rays should be coming in parallel. So you're not going to get any shadow no matter where you are, and atmospheric refraction isn't going to affect the light rays coming in because they're coming in at 90 degrees to the atmosphere.
Can I pause right there? Can I pause you for a second?
Yeah.
That is just a different perspective. This is where...
What were you saying?
This is where the confusion comes. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to...
Okay. I'll draw a few other things that we're gonna...
But no, I want to go on right there with your start, because that's the issue. That is the issue. Those direct lines are a very close view of Egypt. Okay, that's a very, very close view of Egypt. Those lines will be coming in. They will be coming in parallel. You're correct. But what you don't understand is that Syene, way out of the picture there, is going to be at a huge angle going through the atmosphere up to it's literally from Syene to Egypt is 500 miles. So at least 500 miles. And then you have, if the angle is more than that, obviously. But then you got the...
So...
I'll get my board.
Yeah, I'm just...
It's still got the stuff from the last time explaining this when we left off. Literally. No joke. I'll take a picture before I erase it.
So, here we've got three different scenarios. So this probably should be this. I'll exaggerate this a bit more. So,
okay.
For the first scenario, we've got the light. When it hits the atmosphere, it just continues in the same direction, right? The second scenario is when the light hits the atmosphere is here, it starts bending towards the Earth, so shadows aren't as dramatic. And the third instance is the light starts bending, so the shadows aren't as dramatic again. Now, the thing that you're failing to consider is if scenario 2 is true, where the light gets bent towards the Earth, then we should be able to make some predictions with that. Namely, we should be able to make the prediction that that the sun should never actually set, because otherwise the sun would always appear higher than what it is in scenario 2. Because light gets bent downwards as it enters the denser medium.
Do you that first scenario that you have on top is right there in the bottom portion of the second scenario? Do you understand how that works? That first part you did is Egypt. Put Egypt across the first part, because that's where Egypt is.
So
and the light rays are coming in.
So
straight.
Egypt can be, we'll say,
on the top.
We'll draw a few pyramids.
It's on the top.
So there's a few pyramids that can be Egypt, right?
Yeah, we'll separate the scenarios now.
Mm-hmm. So I'll
separate the scenarios so that everybody understands.
All right, so I'll draw Egypt over here, and I've got a few of them. So the pyramids are where Egypt is in each of the scenarios.
Okay. Yep. Let me see. I can barely.
Hopefully you can see that.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep. So the pyramids
that's perfect.
Are where Egypt is, and Syene or whatever can be, where the second light ray's coming in.
Okay. So it's a little bit in the last third one, it's a little bit further down, and now you have to draw the atmosphere in.
Yeah.
You're a little bit further down on the Earth. The arrow where Syene is exactly. So now if you do a zoom in on that area right above Syene in your third scenario, you'll see scenario 2 has that bending light.
All right, but the thing that you are... so scenario 2 does have bending light. Scenario 3 also has bending light. But the difference is that with scenario 3, you would expect to see sunsets. In scenario 2, you wouldn't expect to see sunsets.
That's where you lose me. Why would you expect not to see a sunset on flat Earth?
Okay, why would light being bent down so that the sun appears higher in the sky, how can that cause a sunset? Especially if the Earth is flat, and therefore the sun should never actually physically go over the horizon.
Because when it's directly over you, there's no atmospheric refraction. Then when it goes away from you, there's more and more and more and more atmospheric refraction until it becomes so refracted you cannot see it no more. And that's what we call night. You can't see the light no more.
So
there's so much water and pollen and dust and trees and mountains and buildings in between you and the sun that you can't see it no more. There's just too many of those things.
But as it gets further away from you, it should appear higher appear higher in the sky than what it actually is.
It just multiplies. It just multiplies. More water in the air, more dust in the air. Every time it moves a little bit further away from you, just more dust and water gets in between you, and you can't see through rain clouds. You can't see through dust storms.
Okay, so
you can't see through fog.
So the problem is that we can observe the sun actually going over the horizon. So what I mean by that is, if you've got your, we'll draw a nice and flat horizon for you. So
being cut in half. That's what you mean. The sun being cut in half.
Yeah. If scenario 2 are true, this should never happen.
I understand what you're saying, and what is happening is you're seeing zoomed in pictures. Every time you see that...
Wait, how does How does zooming in make something disappear bottom first?
The sunset being cut in half. It always goes away from you. Too much water and stuff gets them in between your eyes. When you see that cut in half picture, it's an ultra zoomed in as max as the camera can get zoomed out. And show me an actual picture so I can show.
Yeah, I can. Let me switch to this here. We can go sunset.
Somebody told me the world.
So yeah, we've got some where's a decent one?
Show me the one you want, like fucking.
Okay,
no, I want you to show me the badass one. Fucking loves cut in half.
Here's a good one.
Oh come on. You better get.
It's hard to find one on the fly.
Yeah, you're not gonna say that's real, are you? That looks like uber enhanced and stuff. Try to find one that's really real.
I mean, most photos...
I know it's real. You know what a real looks like. I mean, it's a zoomed in. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
I've seen them. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So...
yeah, something like that. Can you zoom in on it, on the sun?
It's already pretty zoomed in on. No, it's not allowing me. Oh wait, if I open link a new tab, I can.
Because there is a layer that is. And in the picture, it'll be. You can actually see it right there. Distort the sun a little bit. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Keep going. Yep. Keep going. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Do you see how it starts getting distorted?
Yes.
See that first little wave?
But
You're looking through a layer of humidity and zoomed in.
Okay.
If that camera could keep zooming in, and we have a atmosphere that was clear of that humidity, you could zoom under there. You can see under the sun again. There's a video I just watched today. There was a video of that.
Okay, so you're completely misunderstanding my point, right? If my point is not that there's distortion, my point is that if the Earth were flat, right, and the Eratosthenes experiment is unreliable due to atmospheric refraction, then it naturally follows that the sun should never set. It should never appear to be cut in half from the horizon, because that would just not happen. You'd need light to be being bent upwards for atmospheric refraction to cause that.
Every time you say atmospheric refraction, we have to address Eratosthenes first. I don't know. I don't understand how. I just don't know how else to understand to explain it. I mean, literally showing you right there that there is a layer of humidity that is getting in between your eye and the sun. What you're seeing there is humidity getting in between the lens of an ultra zoom camera and the sun. It can still see the sun, but there's so much water in between. See that you don't understand that little layer right there. Oh, it's so hard to explain. I'm literally explaining on the picture you presented.
Okay, so
as me, but it's eventually it turns into a wall of water you can't see through. You know, like fog. It's hard to explain. You know, fog you can't see through.
Okay, so let me try and explain this using my whiteboard. I'll switch back over to...
yeah, do that.
I'll switch back over to this, right? So...
it's hard to explain. It's just like fog, man. You can't see through fog. That's what's stopping the lens of that camera from seeing the bottom of that.
Alright, so the sun is up here.
You think I'm not understanding something you're saying?
So... if the sun is here, right, and light is being bent downwards because the atmosphere is thicker than the, atmosphere below is thicker than atmosphere above. That's something that I don't think anyone would disagree with. The sun would appear to come from where the appear to be where the light is coming from. So the sun would actually appear higher in the sky if light is being bent down. To make the sun appear lower in the sky, the light has to come from a lower angle. That's here. What we saw with the sunset is that the sun is appearing so low in the sky that it is actually being cut off. This is inconsistent with atmospheric refraction.
It's being cut by the water. I just explained it to you. It's being cut off, like you just said. Everything is correct. Everything is correct. It's being cut off by the buildup of humidity in the air. You can't see. You can see it if you're steam over there on the pot, just steam. You can see the steam. But over a mile, there is. You understand evaporation, right? There's
Yes.
water in the air.
Yes, I do.
Okay? 2 miles. 2 miles. There's more water in the air, right? There's more water blocking your view at 2 miles than there is at 1 mile.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Anybody would agree. And 3 miles and 4 miles and so on and so forth. That's what's blocking your view. You can't see through all that water eventually.
So the issue here is that if your explanation was true, then it would be inconsistent with refraction. Light would be entering a denser medium and being bent upwards, because that is the only way to make a sun set on a flat Earth. There is, unless you can come up with an alternative explanation that says why it should appear lower in the sky than it actually is.
Magnification due to the atmosphere having water in it.
Okay, how does that make it actually appear lower? Like, give me maths. Like, what is the mechanism?
It actually makes it appear larger.
So what is the mechanism behind that? Like,
Magnification.
you're just saying a word isn't a mechanism. You've got to actually explain the mechanism.
Yeah, the water in the sky. I'm literally watching it right now. There's water in the sky everywhere, right? Yes or no? Anybody would agree with that.
So can you explain how it does that in detail? I can explain in detail how this works.
Yeah, and I said you're right. And I'm saying the thing that was blocking your view is the humidity in the air.
So
it's way thicker. Like when you look at,
if I am right, then the sun should never set.
Light at the hallway comes to your eye level, right?
What's that? You cut out there for a bit.
So, you know what? My mouth's getting dry anyway. Go ahead and take over. Go ahead.
Okay. So, what I'm saying here is that as if light gets bent downwards, it should appear higher in the sun should be appear higher in the sky. Now, this is actually something that does on the globe model actually does happen. It's when you're seeing a sunset, the sun has already set, except it's doesn't appear as though it's set because simply because of atmospheric refraction.
You ever see them ships that look like they're floating in the air?
Yeah.
You know why you can't see the water that they're floating on?
It's due to refraction.
It's due to because it's a hot day. There's a lot of humidity in the air, and it makes a fog over a long distance. It's called the mirror effect, actually.
Yeah, but that's all within the atmosphere, right? So on
that mirror effect, if you keep going, if that ship keeps going, that mirror effect will look like it's swallowing that ship, just as you showed me just now on that sun. You don't understand that the sun can go under you. That's what your problem is. But if you stand at a hallway, and it's a real long hallway, and you look at the light fixture, it's the same light fixture. That fucking light fixture goes to your eye level.
So
vanishing point. You ever heard of it?
So,
You ever heard of a vanishing point? Anybody would agree with that.
I've heard of vanishing points. The problem is that you're completely misunderstanding things.
Perspective. Well, explain it where then? Explain exactly the pinpoint the point where I'm wrong, and then explain it.
So, the point where you're wrong is if light is being bent downwards, sun should appear higher in the sky.
Yeah, you're right. That's called that's what I just said. The magnification. It looks like it's higher. It looks like it's bigger too.
So if refraction, so if the sun is appearing higher in the sky, because the sun actually should always remain 7 degrees above the horizon, then the sun should just never set.
That's why you people think that the sun stays the same size all the time when it actually doesn't. Because 90% of the population is near water, and they watch a sunset near water, and it always stays. It looks the same size. But your naked eye can't see the sun anyway. You got to watch a filter. When you go through the filter, it still has a little bit of magnifying effect to it, and it kind of looks the same. We can actually measure it get smaller. Well, if you go to the desert and watch the sunset, you can literally see with your eye watch the sun get tiny.
So when it comes to
there's no humidity.
So when it comes to the when it comes to it, we can actually watch a sun using a solar lens, right? Or take video of a sun using a solar lens. When this has been done, the sun just never changes in size. And if the sun was getting further,
changes in size, and people know that. People know that. That is wrong. People know that. You've been misinformed. You need to look around a little bit because you will be surprised.
Okay.
I looked for it. I found it. It's there. People measured it. You keep going to the same source for information. Go somewhere else.
Can you present your evidence? I'd be interested in seeing.
Oh, what? Mirror effect? Look up mirror effect. Look up.
No. Evidence for the sun changing size.
Boats. Go for it. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
What you just did to me. Put it on the search engine.
Yeah, I'm.
Pop it up.
Solar.
Let's go through it together. Let's go. Let's see what you find.
Yeah, solar filter video. We want to go videos. So
yeah,
you'll
probably get one with this guy's in the middle of the woods and a tree gets in the way before you can watch the entire sunset. Stuff like that. See it. Let's see what you got. Man, there's like a ton of things that keep you just totally confused and misled.
So here we've got something that is sun through telescope and solar filter. Hopefully.
Oh, Lord, was that just a fucking super duper Photoshop advertisement or shit? What was that? Jeez. Did you see that? Did you see that? Like a Photoshop advertisement for your little fucking for the fanboys here that loves imaginary shit?
I mean, Photoshop is great. Like, it's really good.
Yeah, you can imagine everything. You know what's even better than Photoshop? Actually, a shop. Like a shop. You go outside, you got a grinder, you got a fucking vise, you got a welding machine, you make things. Real thing. That's a shop. Do you have something like that? Some of you people do. I know. It's like, hobby machinists.
Oh, this might be a good one. Let me just quickly check through this one.
Look at this dude. Holy moly. Look at chubby cheeks.
No, this wasn't the. I'm trying to.
Would you say that atmosphere that he's in right now has a ton of water in it?
Hold on. I'm just trying to find the particular thing on the solar filter because there's like some good. Oh, here we go. Like P1000 camera with a solar filter. Hopefully this is the right one or a decent one.
It says it's up to me. It's up to me to provide evidence. No, actually, no. The work.
So if
like
I
ball Earth.
Correct.
So you guys said some shit and haven't proved it scientifically. Where is the proof for curvature or motion? Scientific experimentation of curvature or motion. You don't have it. There isn't. But I can come up with a scientific experiment that would prove curvature. I can come up with a scientific experiment that can prove gas without requiring a sealed container.
So
how come nobody in the theory can come up with these things?
Okay, there is heaps of evidence, but it's whether you. There's the factor of whether you deny the evidence.
It's scientific, though. It's a bunch of theories, dude. No, I don't take nothing that says theoretical. Absolutely not. Absolutely. And you shouldn't either. Nobody scientifically minded should.
We've already been over this, right? And
yeah. You guys keep trying to tell me that theory means reality when no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And then you think that scientific theory has a definition. When you go look in an actual dictionary for a definition, you learn that there is no one word called scientific theory, which is a compound word with a little dash in between the two words. There is scientific, then that has a definition. Then there's theoretical, then that has a definition. It's a set of statements or ideas, dude. They have scientific law. They have those things. Those things have been produced in a laboratory. Boom. That's why we have a lot of electrical law.
Well, when it comes to scientific theory, it's something that has been that has a lot of evidence supporting the current idea of what that current explanation for what we have.
I got that. I've made one of those.
Oh, you do? You do? Like, okay, what is it?
It's static electric hydrodynamic flow theory.
Have you published any papers or anything?
I published something, so what?
Well,
a lot of people disagree, a lot of people agree. So what?
Yeah, just because a lot of people agree and a lot of people just...
nature?
Exactly,
bro.
So,
exactly.
Peer review is something that peer review is something, like, obviously peer review has its problems, but peer review would be something that I'd...
Right.
If it was peer reviewed and people had verified your results, then yeah, it would be something that would be pretty scientific in my opinion. But if no one has verified your results, then it wouldn't be very scientific.
Yes. I know. I've had a couple of my friends take a look at it and said, yeah, that pans out. I have PhD holders and claimed physicists have looked at this and not been able to prove exactly where my theory is incorrect. Peer reviewed, peer hated. It's published on a social media network, and it explains my scientific theory using scientific law that is backed by NASA.gov. Everything in my scientific theory is backed by scientific.
I actually want law. I actually want to have a look at this now.
Okay, go for it. Pull your drawing board out.
No. Like, where's your scientific theory? Where is it?
Oh, yeah. Well, you gonna put me on the camera so I can explain it over here.
Like, is there a? Didn't you say that you had published it on like some sort of social media?
YouTube, Instagrams, Twitters, all the regular bullshit.
Yeah, send me a video or something.
The public square, no? The public square, right?
And then I'll be able to criticize exactly where it goes wrong. Like, what is it? Oh, did he just drop out? Oh, jeez. Oh. Adam just said, I wonder what Planet Walker's like when he loses his temper. Let me see what people are saying. Someone says something for Jason. Let me pin, whilst we're here, I'm going to pin something in the chat. Because one person did say nice t-shirt. I think he dropped. Actually, I think what has happened is he went to get a link or something to his quote-unquote theory. But yeah, let me, whilst he's gone, I'm going to pin the, because yeah, if I go to camera, you can see, oh, there we go. Oh, wrong thing. All right, you got your link there?
Yeah, I got it. Send it to you. You seen it?
1 second. All right. Oh, we're going to go to Instagram.
What is your name? Do you have an actual name, or you use like planar walk?
No, my parents didn't give me a name. So they're like,
planar walk.
they're like, you can decide your name when you get old enough. I'm joking, of course. No, my name is Nick. So
You look like a Dave.
it's actually Nick. There is actually a story behind my name. So
Nice. Well, that means you got something going on. Come on, let's check this out.
all right, so let's go. Oh, I'm going to have to.
Good. Yeah, you're gonna have to mute that because of copyrights, I'm sure.
Yeah, so this is all right. So it's 350 pounds. That's the limit of visual testing according to Cavendish.
That's what he performed the experiment with.
What do you mean? That's the limit of visual testing?
According to him, I mean, if he could perform this with a small, desk-size apparatus, I'm sure he would have. Why did he go all the way to 350 pounds?
That would be so that there's much higher force of attraction.
Yeah, so you can visually see it. Because of that, he needed that much weight to bend space-time enough in order for the two spheres to have attractive force, according to
Yeah.
Einstein.
Well, back then it was Newton, but And
well, now it's Einsteinian, so sucker, whatever. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, like things get replaced.
Your idea is better than my idea. Yeah, exactly. So Einstein said it's space time, and that's what you guys are rolling with now.
Yeah. Back then he used Newton though, so I think I get what your point is. Like it wasn't so much visual testing. I think it was like I can't remember exactly what he did. I think he had to use like a few things to make it easier to see.
Overcoming the friction is what I have come to understand why he needed that much.
Oh yeah,
from the wire twisting, you needed that much.
Yeah, there was definitely that
in order to bend the space time bend that wire.
Yeah. All right. So
why wouldn't you just do it with a smaller one? Use some.
All right.
Oh,
so
am I saying English? Oh.
We'll continue on with it. See what. 350 pounds is enough to bend space-time to the point it forms a theoretical gravity well, so that the effects can be measured. It wouldn't be a gravity well; it would just be like a force of gravity that can be measured.
Be careful.
So a gravity well would be where things can't escape unless you apply force. So
that's exactly what it is, my guy.
But it can.
You're right.
It can escape. Like that's why there's a bit of twist. That's why it bends back and forth.
No, the force is twisting it away from it, but it would not be able to get away from each other. That wire would.
All right, so we'll continue on.
Go ahead.
The mass of the 350 is what is creating the force you see. Yep. Or is it? Okay.
This is a very famous experiment on YouTube conducted by a university student, which she got a passing grade and an accurate measurement, as same as Cavendish.
Why did this Cavendish experiment render the same equations and observations as using balloons?
Dunning and Kerger. NASA.
So.
NASA. So this is what happens with a sphere or any cylindrical object. The wind hits it, and the wind is forced to go around it. This is why this clown did it in a horse barn. This is why these clowns do it in a university. There's drafty, dusty vents in every classroom that I've ever been to. I don't know what third world, even in the third world countries, they have fans and open windows. So there's a draft, and any little air, any microscopic amount of air that hits that ball, sweeps around it.
So there's also, I've actually seen things where it has accounted for that kind of thing, accounted for exterior forces. So one of the ones that I've seen used plexiglass, and they put the mass on the opposite side of the plexiglass so that it wouldn't affect the so that other things wouldn't affect the weights.
Yep, I've seen that too.
So how would
they leave one set? They leave the main set of spheres on the outside of the plexiglass, while the inside of the plexiglass houses the smaller sphere. And what you're seeing is the same aerodynamic flow causing a static electric buildup, and then that sphere has a charge positive, boom, and that sphere has no charge at all. So I'm sure it's whatever air is in the little plastic is going to have some kind of negative ions, and it's going to turn into a negative. That's what you're seeing.
So the thing with the plexiglass is that the particular type of plexiglass that they were using was to reduce static electricity having an impact.
Well, it only did that to one set.
What do you mean?
The other set's on the outside, guy.
Would it reduce the amount of effect that the sets on the outside have on the ones on the inside?
I can explain how to do Cavendish correctly if you like, and we can call it something else. Matter of fact, I have a better version of Cavendish that would prove the theoretical gravity, and we're gonna call it the Jason family manic.
And apparently lead balls would not move with air, with moving air in a closed room, so...
That's why I put the rubber balloon. It doesn't matter what the material is, the boundary layer. Go ahead and keep going. It doesn't explain everything.
When air passes
so we understand that the air passes over fast. Oh, I'm sorry.
Current is disrupted, and when in contact with a sphere, air will travel faster than uninterrupted air, similar to an airplane wing. I don't quite know what you mean by that.
Rewind it 5 seconds. It literally showed it on the NASA website.
Streamline.
One more.
An important concept to the study of aerodynamics is the idea of streamlines. A streamline is a path traced by a massless particle as it moves with flow. It's easiest to visualize streamline if we move along the body.
Go back one more time and you can see a visual. See it?
Yeah, but that's just a visual. Like, I mean,
just like an airplane, they literally explain how it looks like an airplane when it's hitting. It does the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think it makes the air move fast. I don't think streamlines make the air move faster. It's more that it's the way
that's the hydrodynamic flow though happening. It hits the sphere. The pressure of the entire wind behind it forces the air to move faster around to keep up, just like an airplane.
Maybe in a way, like I'm not well.
It's not maybe in a way, player. It's right there, dude. Come on, don't deny my work, dude. Don't deny that.
Oh, I'm not 100% versed in Streamline. Like, here's the thing: I prefer to actually fully understand something before I make particular claims on something, rather than saying, oh, this looks like it says something, so I'm gonna, because otherwise that would be Dunning-Kruger. So not an airplane wing. At this point, the sphere and all the airflow will create a layer called the
contact layer.
The layer becomes solid and stays on the surface of the sphere.
Contact layer.
Well, it's full of dust, particular boundary layers. Dust, it rubs dust on the free stream of moving air. This rubbing dust causes static electric charge. And it's nothing more than a simple. Okay, so
Coulomb's law.
Firstly, let's see.
That's why a mass of a balloon can do the same thing that 350 pounds can do.
Can lead have
That's
it?
why
Let's
every single Cavendish has to have some kind of sphere in it. This is exactly why. It's easily explained.
Okay, can lead have a static charge? Which material?
The lead doesn't have a static charge. It's the boundary layer that has the static charge. It's the collection of dust around the microscopic amount of dust on the ball that is making this charge. That's why.
Okay,
that's why this is, dude. How does it not work instantly?
Okay.
How does not Cavendish work? You set it down and it goes boom, and the balls touch together, or the balls stay away from each other.
So
I heard the balls have to touch together.
So no,
understand that the gravity wells.
They don't. The reason why the balls don't instantly go boom
because
together
they got the wire,
is because it's because gravity is actually a very weak force. So,
no, they're falling into each other's gravity well, and the twisted wire is keeping it from that, and that's what you're measuring.
Well, it is a very weak force as well. Like, it'd be like if I were to, it'd be like if I were to
pounds. It shows something, though.
It'd be like if I were
to it shows something.
pull on like a car with a string, and I may be able to pull it a little bit with a string. But it's not going to be.
Keep that idea. Let's keep that idea. A string. You pulling on a string. Let's get it fucking like a exact scientific. How much force are you applying on that string?
Let's say I'm applying 5 newtons.
5 newtons. I have no idea what a friggin' newton is. So let's say 5 pounds. Okay, so let's say a fishing line. Let's say we can all recognize what a fishing line is. Say you have a 100-pound test. How about that?
Yeah.
Does that work Australian, Kiwi kind of? Is that you guys understand fishing, right? 100-pound test is a big fish, right?
Oh, we can say like if we use a car, then it's like a ton or something, Go with
Okay. Say we're pulling on that, right? Yeah. Like you said just now, and that's the equivalent of what? Cavendish is 350 pounds. That's the maximum that we've measured, right? Cavendish is the biggest. Cavendish experiment we've done, right? The 350 pound and the 350 pound and 250 pound and the other.
Probably done higher. There's probably been experiments that have.
Show me.
Like there's been certain experiments that have been done in vacuum, but I don't know It's been done multiple times. I don't know the most amount of weight that it's been tried with. It's been tried with all types of weight.
I've looked around. 350 pounds is the biggest one. Because it's a lot of lead.
Okay.
When you can do it on a desktop apparatus. But okay, let's just say, there's 350 pounds, there's 1,200 pounds worth of force that you're applying to this string to this cow, okay? 1,200 pounds. Dude, I've been around 600 tons of counterweight, and not even dust or a butterfly will stick to. How can you even see? The thing is, the heaviest thing that you've been around is probably what? Your car, maybe? A dump truck outside your house? What's the heaviest thing you've been around? Besides the air, of course.
So the heaviest thing I've probably been around is a building. Well, technically the heaviest thing I've been around is the Earth, so... And that's why...
dense-wise. How about dense-wise? Heavy and dense. The building is heavy, but it's also hollow. So what's the most dense? Like a cement truck, a dump truck,
the
maybe?
dense thing I've been around is it's probably anti-vaxxers, but...
Yeah, I bet. Inject some fucking aluminum into you. That's gonna be a great idea. When is that healthy? It's insane. That's insanity.
I mean, it's another completely separate debate, but I ingest more aluminium each day from like.
Yeah, we're talking heavy things.
But anyway,
we're talking heavy things. Heavy things. Cavendish's heavy things. Bending, space-time, heavy things, right? Right?
Oh, the most heaviest thing I've been around is Hugh Jarsz, but this is just put in the chat.
Excellent. So nothing. Like you just got nothing. You have no reference of anything heavy at all. You know, you go around a crane and it's 600 tons of counterweight, specifically made to be like just the most dense it can possibly be. Just a counterweight. It's a counterweight. It does not attract anything. 350, 1,200 pounds
you do. That's
enough to show force, and we can't see dust on 600 tons. Give me a break. It does not compute.
Okay, so the reason why that doesn't appear to attract anything is because of other forces. That's why Cavendish it had to be done in a very controlled environment. You know, they had to eliminate all the other forces that's why they used plexiglass, because the plexiglass would stop the electrostatic force.
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, so in a classroom, a little bitty plastic fucking ball on a desk shows Cavendish works, but 600 tons of counterweight, me sitting there right next to it, and it doesn't have a butterfly or a moth or anything stuck to it, and I'm supposed to come on, man. 600 tons. You have no idea what 600 tons is.
Okay. Do you know the gravitational the formula for gravity?
No, you guys recite that all the time, but it means nothing to me. It's like somebody said, "Do you know what the spell potion is on Dungeons and Dragons?" And I know. I don't know. It's dumb as shit. Buoyancy and density explain everything that happens. If I jump up in the air, it's because I formed a pressure. So I formed a force.
Well, the
pressure of the atmosphere pushes me back down.
Well, funnily enough, the force for buoyancy actually includes gravity. But anyway, this is
you guys plastered that on there. It doesn't make it true.
This is the force for gravity. F equals G times M1 times M2 over R squared, right?
That's excellent.
So
theoretical.
So M1 stands for the mass of the first object, M2 stands for the mass of the second object. The force between Earth and this equates to a 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration towards the Earth. If you plug in...
Where is that replicated?
What?
Where is that replicated at? That speed?
That's basically when...
Are you trying to say that the feather falls in that vacuum chamber at that exact rate too?
In a vacuum chamber, yes.
Okay. Now what I'm wondering is, if we're measuring something's speed falling down, why would we use a big fat vacuum chamber instead of a long tube vacuum chamber that's stretched very, very high into the sky?
Just depends what type of... I mean, there's all types of vacuum chambers, and it depends what kind of vacuum... You know, you probably want to use the vacuum chamber for something afterwards. And besides, are you going to build a 6-mile-long vacuum chamber into the sky? Is that going to be your next project after the... But my point is, when you take M1... which we can say represents the mass of the Earth, and replace the mass of the Earth with something like the mass, 650 kilograms, you'll actually find that you get a very tiny amount of force. We can actually calculate the amount of force if I go to I think there would be gravitational force calculator. Right, we can. Hopefully this will. Here we go. So M1, we'll put that at. We'll go with 6,000 kgs, right? Well, actually, let's go 60,000 kgs.
Gracias, amigo. Gracias.
Mass 2, we're going to make it
Gracias.
80 kgs. Distance, let's make it 1 meter. And the amount of gravitational force is 0.00032 newtons. Alright? We can change that to pound. We can change that to pounds force. That's 0.000007 pounds of force.
Yeah, you got that from dropping a feather in a vacuum.
No, this is from like if you are standing near a 60,000 kg object, so that would be 60 metric tons. You would get 0.000072 pounds of force.
I wonder how much force it would take to attract some kind of dust. And why hasn't anybody done that from the heliocentric model to prove this theoretical concept of gravity? Why wouldn't you just build this incredibly large, massive thing that attracts, not a round thing, by the way, all the fucking time with your round Cavendish experiment?
I don't know why having a round thing is an issue.
We literally just went over it.
Let's
Let's finish the video. It's going like the round thing is the electrostatic hydrodynamic flow theory. Presented and created by yours truly.
Well,
Finish the video. Don't half-ass it.
I did finish the video, but also, even with all this considered, the plexiglass will stop any attraction due to electrostatic force coming from outside the thing. So if you have,
Go ahead and believe that.
so if I have, let me.
That's what you hold.
Draw
Base your whole fucking psychotic,
Let me draw.
heliocentric fucking theories on, and live your entire life off of that. Dude, come on. Do the Cavendish with a fucking square, with a square block, a perfect cube, 2 of them.
Okay.
You won't have that thing. It won't do shit.
So in this instance,
Number 2 won't do shit. Make sure it's 350 pounds worth of square lead.
So in this instance, this should happen. Agreed?
Let's see.
Oh wait, I should probably switch to.
I can see a bunch of advertisement. Good lord, dude, you don't see what's going on.
Let me switch to this.
What are they advertising to you?
It's Vodafone.
Now, supposedly they're creating a gravity well, right?
Something like that.
And they're falling into each other.
Now, if I switch, switch these around, right? So if I switch them around so that it's now on this side, then the things in the middle should move the opposite way, correct?
Things. Yeah, they should go towards the ball.
Yep.
Falling into each other's gravity well.
Alright, so that is what happens. And I can show you a video of that where it demonstrates that. But if it was electrostatic charge, then the plexiglass should completely stop that from happening.
You just got 2 spheres on the outside with a huge electric positive charge chilling. Nothing's happening.
But plexiglass would stop that from having an impact.
Sure.
So so what force is coming from these spheres on the outside that would cause these to move towards them?
I feel like you got a big old huge electric charge that is positive on the outside of this apparatus, and on the inside, you can use a magnet through a piece of plexiglass. You understand?
Yeah, but a magnet has a magnet has much more charge than static electricity.
How much charge do you need apparently to perform this little parlor trick? You've seen a parlor trick, the electrostatic parlor trick right there. That's why 600 tons of counterweight has nothing going on.
So
because it's square.
Well, the reason why 600
and it doesn't form a boundary layer on it.
The reason why 600 tons of counterweight doesn't cause everything to stick to it is because it's a very tiny force. That's why they often use lasers to measure the amount of gravitational force.
I didn't say everything. I said there should be a layer of some kind of gas that we can measure. Very minute, fine gas. And then you said, no, other stuff comes in and messes it up. But then Cavendish is 100% accurate and cool. Nothing messes it up.
That's because when Cavendish...
Looking at 600 tons of square doing nothing, but everything else is messed up.
When Cavendish is done right, you eliminate as many other variables as you can that can be having an effect, like the static electric charge. You try and reduce that as much as you can. You try and reduce...
Put in a vacuum chamber, but 1,200 pounds of lead weight in a vacuum chamber with a super sophisticated ball-bearing, zero friction system instead of a fucking wire like a dingleberry, and watch them two balls clack together like they're supposed to because they've fallen into each other's gravity well.
I'm pretty sure zero friction is impossible, but I can Google...
I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's...
Cavendish experiment in a vacuum.
See a bunch of pictures.
Oh, there's actually...
The best thing I've ever had you guys send me is some teacher performing it in a classroom. So when... Oh, nice shirt. Let me see your shirt, dude.
Oh yeah, this shirt here. Dunning-Kruger.
Oh yeah. You made me famous, guy, with that stupid shit.
Maybe.
Make us famous.
So there is this thing here which search for experimental signs of quantum gravity. Oh, so this has goals that are different to the original Cavendish, but it's like search for signs of quantum gravity that violate Einstein's equivalence principle and or the Newtonian inverse square law. Where's the...
You know what's wild though?
What?
If we were able to do what you guys say with theoretical, if we had theoretical gravity, and if we dropped a bowling ball from the sky without a atmosphere, it would reach what? Would you guys say it would reach light speed? If we had all that, we'd have energy independence on it. You know, we would use those forces. We would use those forces to help us out. We can't even figure out solar power worth of shit.
I mean,
it's absolutely
gravity
ludicrous.
does.
It's actually keep us in a box.
Gravity actually does help us. Gravity actually does help us. With energy. That's especially when it comes to. In fact, quite a few different forces help us with energy. Like when it comes to the nuclear, is it nuclear weak force that allows us to get nuclear energy?
Theoretically.
Yeah, like with uranium. But yeah, as someone pointed out in chat, terminal velocity is a thing that exists. This is an experiment
Explain that to me. explain that to me. If we take a vacuum, okay, and we drop a feather and a bowling ball, okay, like we've seen before, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in our imaginations, can we take that vacuum chamber that NASA has, and can we stretch that 10 miles into the sky?
Structurally, I have no idea.
I mean, can we do that? And just imagine we achieve the same parameters of vacuum.
As I
Can we
said,
do that in measure? Can we do that in our mind? Can we theoretically do that?
structurally,
Like a group right now?
well, structurally, I have no idea if it would actually work, but I don't see how it would. I don't.
Tensies. Okay. The thing is 10 miles in the air now. Now you drop the ball and the feather. Do they both accelerate, and then they just keep going the same speed, and then they hit the ground at that same? When do they max out? Help me out, buddy. Help me out.
That would depend on how strong your vacuum is.
We're here, buddy. That zero vac. We're NASA, stretched 10 miles in the air. We dropped them 10 miles. Now these things have the free fall, not fucking 3 seconds, 20 feet. Now they have 10 miles to fall. Which one's going to hit the ground first? Do they achieve light speed? Do they turn into liquid?
Well,
what's going on, buddy?
So, firstly, when it comes to light speed, they'd hit the ground long before they reach light speed. I mean,
Sure.
because light speed
So
is...
just keep accelerating the entire time. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they just keep accelerating until until it reached the point at which any particulates in the vacuum was slowing them down enough.
There's none. That's what we're talking vacuum.
Yeah, that would be in a perfect vacuum,
There's
but
none.
a perfect vacuum is impossible.
We're in that. We're mentally in that. Does this bowling ball and this feather keep going until it achieves fucking enlightenment, or what the fuck, dude? What is going on?
So
Hey,
man,
they
they just keep going down, and until they hit the ground, and then you'd probably have a bit of damage on the ground because of a 10-mile.
How fast would they be going? Would they be going 9 seconds a square, whatever you say?
Yeah, 9 meters per second
And that's
squared. So you could get, if you've got 10 miles, it'd be something like the square root of that. And then you'd get how fast they're going, or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. So. Yeah, with there's been experiments like I've got here up on screen. It's a bit hard to understand, but up on screen you can see that I'm pretty sure it was done in a vacuum.
Even to add, let's have that 10-mile vacuum chamber. Let's drop two 1,200-pound lead spheres in there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's drop them right at the same time. We can get the margin of error down to 0.000001 of dropping those things. And they have a lot of time, 100 miles, or I'm sorry, 10 miles of falling. They should envelop themselves in their own gravity web when they're falling. I want to see it. We should see that. That should be a thing. We don't have tall vacuum chambers.
Yeah, that's because they're quite hard to build. I mean, if you want to try and build a 10-mile high vacuum chamber, be my guest, right? And honestly, if you did manage to build that, you'd be able to actually, and drop the things, you'd be able to get some good. It'd be amazing. You'd be able to get potentially get some good measurements for G, because you don't have to worry about things being accelerated upwards due to gravity. You'd be in free fall. In fact, I'd love to see I'd love to see a measurement of G measured in free fall.
I want to see it. We can literally pull a vacuum on a pipe, at least 1,500 meters in the air. we can get as high as a cell phone tower, at least. And if we really wanted to do it, come together for science and really come together, I guarantee we can like triple, maybe quadruple that up. And we can drop something.
Well, when it comes to things, you got to make sure that you got to always make sure that things are possible, right? And I'm not sure that building a 10-mile high vacuum chamber is possible. I mean,
not 10 miles, not 10 miles. I'm saying maybe more like 2,500 meter.
2,500 meters. That would be
doable.
Yeah, that'd be 2.5 kilometers high. That would be. I'm still not sure if that's possible because isn't that larger than any building that's ever been built?
That's cell phone towers are 15. So if we wanted to do it in the name of science, we could come together and use some of that NASA budget, you know.
I mean,
and let's find out if bowling balls turn into energy. I mean, what is going on?
NASA's more concerned with getting to Mars, you know.
These zip ties, cuz. Did you see that? These dudes use zip ties.
They use
better cabling in a wind tower, my friend.
They use a special type of zip tie.
Yeah, like the clown fuck type, right? Jesus Christ, get real, dude. Plastic zip tie and atmosphere of Mars equals extreme UV. Extreme UV. Who uses a plastic zip tie anyway? There's metal fasteners. If you're paying that much money, you have a carbon fiber inlaid pipe. Conduit. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Clown shit. Clown, get out of here. Don't say Mars to me. That show is stupid. That's a dumb show. Mars.
So,
playing like we're going to Mars.
The zip ties on the Perseverance consist of melt processable copolymers that can withstand 2,000 times more radiation than nylon.
Why fucking use it then? Why not have a special hand-built carbon fiber tray that weighs absolutely nothing, that holds whatever vital huge power cable it looks like? I don't know, maybe it's a communication cable, maybe it's a power cable, but I mean, you can make dude, get real. There's Tennessee boys making fucking better rigs than this dude. Get out of here.
Isn't it hard to build?
I don't even accept it. This is the way it goes. You can pretend that shit's real. This is where I stand. I'm not a flat earther. I don't give a shit. This is where I stand. I don't want to pay for that shit no more. I don't want to pay for that bullshit theoretical show. I shouldn't have to be forced to pay for that. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree that I shouldn't have to be paying for that if I don't believe that?
I mean, there's a lot of things that people say that they shouldn't have to pay for that, they pay for. You know, I
100% agree with them too about that.
You know, like
I don't want to pay for that. You know why? Because I don't want somebody to use zip ties. Because I can come up with something better. Then why the fuck can't they come up with something better? Give me my money
then you
back.
build something better then. You know?
Oh, are you kidding me? I worked on wind turbines for 11 years, dude. $1 million wind turbines. $4 million wind turbine.
Go to go if you think you can do better, then why are you here? Why don't you go to NASA headquarters or whatnot and say, look,
can you imagine how fucking foolish? Oh my goodness.
And then say, look, I can build better things than you can. Let's have a discussion about that. Like why haven't you done that? You know,
not even me, man. Not even me, guy. Not even me. I'm talking about like literally other people can come up with some better shit than that, Gar.
Then what? Then why doesn't NASA come up with better?
I saw you smiling when I said the carbon fiber tray because you know damn well there should have been some kind of sick ass carbon fiber tray.
I'm not sure how well production of carbon fiber is because I've heard something that
they used it on the blades. They used it on some fucking helicopter blades that was supposedly over there. You believe that too? They using helicopters over there?
Well, it's something that they've been.
Crazy. Whatever. Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like the show. I'm tuning out of your show. Your show is terrible. It's theoretical. It's not science. It's not real. It's theoretical. Tuning out of your show. I don't want to pay for it no more. That's the issue. I don't care if you fucking play all day long and watch your
I mean,
Star Trek. I like watching Star Trek too. You know, I don't care, but I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to pay for it. That's all, and I shouldn't have to. As a free American citizen, I shouldn't be forced by gunpoint. Police come to my door, take my taxes to pay for your fucking theoretical bullshit to keep us scared, to keep the masses scared.
well,
No,
it's
I
one
don't
of
want
the.
to. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to support it.
So it's one of these things where, like, when it comes to this, the reason why they do this is to try. Like, here's the thing: I think that science should be publicly funded. The reason being is because, like, science. If science was like privatized, then you'd have, you'd have.
Be way better. Be way better.
I don't.
Look at Elon Musk. Look at Eddie Musk. Look at Edie Musk. Edie Muskies. Look at Edie Muskies.
I mean,
bro.
with
even with that bitch up there,
even with Elon,
NASA fucking does shoddy showmanship. You know.
I mean,
like
with
Elon Musk is killing it.
even
Private,
Elon Musk
supposedly.
has some public funding. Like, didn't like SpaceX
Yeah,
receive
I
a
don't
$1
approve-
billion
I don't approve of
grant
that
from
at all.
NASA?
The illusion is that he's doing all this privately, and it's not private; it's government funded. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so like I think that science should be publicly funded, like, because otherwise you have private interests that are advancing a particular sciences, or even withholding particular sciences in the case of things like Exxon and the large oil companies back in the day, and I think that public funding, at least to an extent, can help mitigate that, and it may provide incentives to do research into things that people otherwise wouldn't do research into, like space, because space hasn't been. I don't think that there's any space company that has been profitable in the business of actually going to space.
Virgin didn't do it. They had $100,000 tickets signed up.
I mean, when it comes to going to the moon, like, where would the profit be in that?
They just wanted to go to the upper atmosphere and feel a little weightlessness. That's all they want to do. $150 million tickets.
Yeah, and so going to the moon, like, where's the financial incentive in that? You got to have
No,
for
scientific incentive. Scientific. There has been scientists that says that they would love to have a base on the moon just because of the low gravity. They could do all kinds of testing and experiments.
Yeah, that's that would be scientific enterprise, not any private enterprise. Like,
private would do it better. Private would do it better, and if you didn't do it better, then the public would be like, "Man, we don't like it," and they would lose business, and then that's how business works. When you got the government in there, now you got education system mixed up with it. Now you have your Hollywood mixed up with it.
When you got private, like,
socialists coming to my door and taking my taxes.
It's not so. Socialism is not when you have to pay taxes.
I'm sorry, you're right.
Communism is not when you have to pay taxes. Like, taxes probably wouldn't even exist under communism.
You have to. That's communist, dude.
No,
I
it's
have to pay my taxes.
What is communism?
What?
Hold on. What is communism to you?
What?
Can you define communism? Can you define communism?
Very simple. Very simple.
What is communism? Oh, yeah. Are you still there? Oh, he left. Oh, I wanted to. Wait. All right. So, can you define? What's that? Can you please define communism for me?
Did you hear me or no?
You dropped out.
I sure did.
So,
Okay. Communism. Very simple. There is a group of men that charge me a tax out of nowhere. And that tax pays.
okay. You keep on breaking up, like.
I know,
So you said
it's interesting. I wish it would stop that shit right next to the fucking microwave over here. Copy. Radio check.
Yeah, I can hear it.
All right. Communism. People get paid a salary, which is called taxes, and if you don't pay that, they come to your door and they kidnap you, and if you resist, they kill you. If you don't pay their salary. That is mobs. That is mobster mentality. That is communist. It's not socialist. It is communist. It is a dictatorship, eventually.
You sound like this.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
That stuff is scaring you. The stuff they talk about is scaring you. That's the problem. You think do stuff, and you think park benches and parks and stuff. But in reality, they do stuff like fucking pull you over and give you all these fucking tickets and.
So
tell you you own your house. You own your house. You paid your house off completely. But if you don't pay $6,000 a month, a year, they will come and take your fucking house, and somebody will buy your house for $6,000.
So, wait, do you agree with what he said there? That socialism is when the government does stuff, and if it does a whole lot of stuff, then it's communism?
I don't want the first stuff.
But do you agree?
You know what I mean?
Wait, do you
What's
actually?
the stuff? What's the stuff? You say that's why he said it, and that's why it's funny because you just and it's funny. I don't know either. Yeah. What's the fucking stuff we're talking about? What do you want the government to do for you?
Well, let me explain there. So that is a meme. Like, he actually is in support of social programs and stuff. The idea is that a lot of Americans seem to think that socialism is just when the government does stuff. Like, if it makes the laws, then that's the government doing stuff, and that's bad, and it's socialist. Whereas in reality, socialism is generally when the workers own the means of productions, or in the case of generally communism is more when the workers own the means of productions. In socialism, it will often be more the government owning the mean, or trying to take up control of the means of production, then to redistribute to the people. Sometimes it's not quite as. Sometimes you can have more of social democracies or democratic socialism, where it's more redistribution of wealth to the people. So you take a lot of the money that the rich people earn, and because they've earned more money than they'll ever need, you redistribute that money to the people in order so that your population can live.
Okay, so do you take Iron Man's wealth?
Yes, you take some of everyone's wealth and you wouldn't take everyone. You wouldn't take all the wealth that everyone has.
No way.
Well, you wouldn't take like 100% of their wealth. You'd take a decent portion of their wealth and then redistribute it to people so that so that you don't have poor people.
That's exactly how you kill a country and industry.
I mean, you don't take 100% of their wealth. You just, if someone's making $1 billion, they don't need $1 billion. Like, who even needs $1 billion?
Start other businesses. Like I said, do you personally take Tony Stark's money?
You take a decent chunk of it.
And
probably still
decent chunk. Fucking what that? Now you can't develop the fucking arc reactor, bro. Now you can't do the arc reactor, bro. You have fucked Iron Man up with your communist bullshit, dude.
That's why you'd have scientific things being, you'd often have, rather than it being.
You don't go to a government hospital because they will fucking kill you. You don't go to you hate going to the post office. You hate going to the DMV. The roads are shit. The mayor's house is fantastic. Come on.
I mean, I don't see any problem with going to hospitals that are government run. Like, why do you see a problem with that?
Damn, it's like the cheapest shit. It's like the worst.
Why?
Where's the chest of you hear about the fucking people getting their legs cut off on the wrong side and shit. That's them.
I
That's
mean,
all them. Because privately owned is going to do better because they have to make sure that they get paid again because of return customers. Now, if you chop a dude's leg off and you're supposed to get the other one, you know, you're probably not going to go back to that particular hospital. And they don't give a shit because they get paid the same.
I mean, when you are when you're dying from a heart attack, you don't really have much of a choice as to which hospital you get to go to. You know, when you're dying.
That's true, but I guarantee you'll be like, if that was the other one's like a mile down the road, you're like, I don't know.
Like, if you are at a point where it's like, you know, I just got shot or I just got stabbed, and you call up 911, you're not gonna be thinking, oh geez, can I please go to this particular hospital, because if I go to this other particular hospital, then, you know, my I'm gonna have to pay an, you know, huge amount of money because my insurance doesn't cover this particular hospital. No, you're gonna go to the you're gonna have to go to whichever hospital you want, or if someone calls it for you, you know, they're not gonna know what insurance company you're with, so you may end up having to pay quite a bit of money because your insurance, you're not covered for out of zone. Whereas I don't
know. I can't really speak on this one because they might ask you if they prefer it while you're in the ambulance. I'm not sure.
I mean, if you're only just conscious, the question on your mind generally, the thing on your mind generally isn't holy shit, am I going to be able to pay for food like in 2 months because of hospital bills? It's like generally, holy shit, I've got to try and survive now.
all of Detroit would disagree with you. All of Chicago would disagree with you. Motherfuckers get shot and don't go to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just like different worlds, man. Different worlds.
Yeah, but whereas in New Zealand, you know, I broke my leg and I'm not from a particularly rich family. I mean, I do think that it cost a bit. This is when I was 6 years old, but, you know, it didn't cost me an arm and a leg, or didn't cost my family an arm and a leg to, you know, deal with my broken leg. You know?
Yeah, I get it, maybe.
Whereas that's...
Okay, so, like, let's say your mom and dad worked and they own a company that had zero restrictions on them, and then they sold an awesome product, and the social people around them loved their product, and the society said that they loved their product, and they bought their product, and they made you rich off of that, and you didn't pay any taxes because why? Okay, so you got money. You got money. Taxes are dude. 30% of your paycheck. I don't know if you understand. That sucks. You wouldn't work your ass off for a paycheck, and you got somebody take 30% of your paycheck.
30% is like a really small amount of your paycheck to take.
You gotta be crazy, dude. Dude, get out of my paycheck. No way. To pay for what? The roads that are horrible? No, that's fine. Get out of my paycheck, and I will take care of the little section in front of my fucking house, and I will call a private company, and they will come out, and they will fix the pothole, or they will lay asphalt so badass that you will never have to worry about it again, because they want repeat customers.
Okay.
They have a reputation to uphold.
So
the government don't give a shit. They get their money anyway. So and if you don't, they come with your guns into your house.
Do you like being? So I'm not sure about in America, but in New Zealand, it's free to drive on any road. I mean, there are particular levies, but that's usually included in fuel costs, right? Transport levies are usually included in fuel costs. So when you buy your fuel, you're basically helping pay for the roads. So. Would you
sounds like something that could be handled at a social level and a private company level? No, wouldn't that be better handled by a private company?
Would you rather to have to use a road you have to pay every time you want to go out onto that road?
You're paying in the gas, you said, right?
Yeah, but in addition to the gas, like the company that built the road charges you to use that road.
Well, then you got a privatized company. I bet you have nice roads, don't you?
Maybe they do. Like we've got some nice roads here in New Zealand. In New Zealand, the roads are built by the government. At least I think they probably do a bit of outsourcing to some private companies, but for the most part,
I thought you just said that private company did.
Well, you can have the government outsource work that's not done by the government itself, but it's done instead. Government contractors. So
I bet you the government version is like you can literally notice how it turns into the government version. You drive and it's all nice. Oh, private, and then you, oh shit, this is the government road.
I mean, the only time I would really recognize when something changes from government to privatized is when, holy shit, my wallet, when I'm driving along this road, I don't have any money in my wallet. But when I'm driving on this road, I've got money in my wallet.
Yeah, they got something like that similar in Mexico. The nice roads you have to pay a toll for, or else you just go like on sides of the mountain.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to have to pay a toll for everything because the road's been privatized. I don't think privatization of things like transport and, in fact, like there's been things that there's been times when privatization has failed heavily. Like, would you want to have to pay because your house is on fire? Pay for the fire brigade to come along and to put your house out?
No, I want Ben and Ryan and Jose and Billy and Larry and I want Kim and I want Samantha and I want all of them to come over to my house and kick my door in and splash water on something, whatever is burning. Quick, fast. I don't want to sit here and call a fucking brigade. Come on, guys, help us. And by that time, the whole fucking house takes like 15 seconds for a trailer house to burn down. Fucking a trailer house is with a Christmas tree in it every year kills millions of people. Log cabins, houses are built. I don't know how you guys do built houses. We got concrete houses here in Mexico. It's not really,
I'm living in a brick house, so.
You got a brick house. Is it got wood in it? It's got wood roof.
Yeah, it's got a decent amount of wood. Like my walls are wooden.
Exactly.
But like if it
gone.
But like if there's a fire, like I'm probably like the first instinct is probably I don't know if I should probably get like a fire extinguisher, like just in case there's like a small fire,
Exactly. That's a
but like if there's a large fire, then you're probably going to want to get a fire brigade around that's got the huge water cannons rather than your piddly ass little buckets of water that aren't going to do jack shit.
Right. So you go with your neighbors and make sure everybody has a gangster fire extinguisher first thing, right? It's your first thing.
Yeah, but like
society, socialism. That's why I didn't want to really say anything bad about socialism.
But
I didn't mean to. It slipped out. Socialism is good.
Yeah, like what you're actually describing, like with all the. Funnily enough, what you're actually describing is actually a type of communism, like where everyone like has, like everyone in your neighborhood, if something happens, everyone pitches in to help out, right? That is a type of communism, actually. So there's different types.
That's socialism. If I don't come out of my house to do something, you don't come out and kill me about it,
Well, in communism, they wouldn't kill you because...
You don't come to my house. Yeah, you don't come to my house and have to grab money to fund it either. It's a volunteer situation. It's not communism. It's a volunteer. It's socialism, if anything.
I mean...
anything, it's natural. It's natural for you to help your fellow.
Funnily enough, like, communism is generally more voluntarily than socialism. Like, socialism is generally much more state-managed. Like, that's what not a lot of people realize this, but, like, communism would be, like, all volunteer. And that's actually why I don't think that communism would actually work. Like, I think that socialism could work to an extent. I'm more in favor of social safety programs so that, so that if you had, like, because I think that a fire brigade would be better than, like, if someone's house is burning down, you immediately try and get all the people in the neighborhood, and, you know, some people may be on vacation, or, you know, everyone may be at work or whatnot, and you're the only person home. It's like, holy shit, my house is burning down. Who's going to help me when no one's there? You call up the people whose job it is to help you, and then they come around. They have the big old water tanks and all that, and they spray water at your building, and sure, some of your items might get wet, but it's better than them burning to pieces.
All right, let me fix this. Say you like building your house out of trash and kindling for fire. Okay? Say you love to do that, and you love to put fucking lights that catch on fire onto a tree that's really, really flammable every year. Okay? Let's say you love to do that. Why don't you, instead of making me pay for your fucking fire brigade to come save your ass, why don't you and your fucking neighbors that love to do that same bullshit get a special pipe that goes to a well, that goes to a reservoir, that has a fucking some fire hydrants, and you guys get together and spray that shit or something instantly, putting it out, because it's way better than waiting for 20 minutes sometimes for the fire truck to come blasting through every fucking intersection, making it super dangerous for everybody on, because you want to make your firewood house. I think make your house. You know why people make firewood houses? It's because the government regulates that shit. If you want to make a concrete house, you got to go through all kinds of bullshit.
Well,
Cheaper. It's
for
concrete. It doesn't burn down. It doesn't blow down. It doesn't. Safety. This house is way safer than any house that I've ever been in my entire life.
Well, there's the reason why government regulations exist is for safety. Like, you can't just slap a whole bunch of concrete together and then expect it to stay standing.
You hire a private company. That specializes in building concrete. Why would you fucking think that you're going to do that yourself? That's a huge task. No, you hire a company, then you go on the fucking social media site and it says, oh, this guy's doing a really good job. Boom, bam, boom. Private. Now you have a concrete house in Tornado Alley. Now let's put fucking wood stick houses and wonder why the fuck they get blown down every goddamn year.
I mean, like, there's so much wrong with what you've just said. Like, building regulations exist so that you know, like, if you've got faulty wire, like, let's say, you know, a company decides, okay, we're going to build a house made out of wood, and then they install a whole lot of dodgy wiring. You know, that house is likely to catch on fire.
Why would you hire a company that does dodgy wiring?
I mean, if they've got a monopoly, then you don't have much of a choice.
Why would you have a monopoly when there's privatized companies competing constantly?
Because
the only time you see monopolies is with government assistance.
That's just not true. You can have monopolies. In fact, a lot of government regulations actually forbid monopolies. Like, there's I think Microsoft a while back got in trouble because of fair trade laws that which said, hey, look, you've got a monopoly on this, you know, and they kind of stopped that, or tried to stop it at least. You know, Microsoft still have.
And they didn't do nothing about it. They said, oh, okay, we'll move to Canada, and they said, oh, okay, never mind. And exactly. So whatever he has, he still has. He has a monopoly? No, he doesn't have a monopoly. Yeah, I wish some other companies would start. His monopoly is he just keeps buying little companies.
Yeah.
For billions of dollars.
And
you're going to come out with a little computer company? $billion.
Yeah, and that is what big companies, they can do. They have the capital to be able to either buy out all the competition, or just make particular deals with things like manufacturers to stop competition from being able to compete in the same way. Like, if you buy out, like, let's say that you sell a particular type of computer, right? You just say you sell, you build computers and then you sell them, and you have a deal, and you have a deal with a particular store that is well known. You know, heaps of people trust the store. People are going to go to that store and buy your products. If you say to the store, hey, look, we'll give you a bit of extra money for buying my products if you know, try and put our products right at the front of the store rather than, wherever. And then people are more inclined to buy your products, and therefore you're going to turn over more of a profit than the other companies that can't afford to put their products right at the front of the store. Even if their products are superior, if your products are right at the front, people are going to be more likely to buy your products, especially if you're able to put big, flashy advertisements.
That is true. It's true. But if you don't want the Great Value Walmart brand, there's always going to be the other brand because of free trade, free market trade. And free market trade can't happen when you're taxing.
It's also I've noticed this problem with the reason why, like, you've seen how we've got like a million different streaming companies now. You've got YouTube Home, I think it is, or YouTube TV. You've got there's Twitch, kind of, not really, but you got Curiosity Stream. You've got Disney Plus, you've got Hulu, you've got Netflix, you've got Neon, you've got HBO Max, and all that. It's because,
all owned by 6 companies. All owned by 6.
Yeah.
All owned by 6 companies.
And now, if I am watching, if I want to watch something on Disney Plus, right? And I've got to get Disney Plus, but there are things on Netflix that aren't on Disney Plus because of particular deals that each company makes. I'm not a big fan of that because, if I want to unleash my inner weeb, right, and I've got Disney Plus doesn't have anime. If I want to watch anime, it's either pirate it or, not that I don't condone pirating, by the way. Just had to put. We didn't say none of that. I either have to pirate it or, get a service that does allow me to watch anime. Now, Netflix does not have all the anime that I want to watch. If I want to watch, same with like Anime Lab. Anime Lab doesn't have Parasite. If I want to watch Parasite, I've got to get Netflix. If I want to watch,
don't have what? What did you just say?
The anime. There's an anime called Parasite.
Oh, you got to tell me about that. Come on, guy. That's my thing.
Okay, so Parasite is like this anime where there's all these parasites that decide to... So essentially what these parasites try to do is they're trying to get into the brain and take over the brain, and then once the parasites take over the brain, they then basically eat other humans. But there's one person, and the parasite doesn't make it to their brain, and instead gets stuck in the hand. So the parasite basically controls the hand, and they've got to sort of work out how to coexist.
Just.
So, and he dropped out. Jeez. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna read a few super chats. We've gotten way off topic. Jeez. Viewer. I hate this. Like,
Discord doesn't like.
Oh no, it's when I go to read my super chats out. There's a whole lot of. There's this issue where I've actually got to go to the back end of my channel to find my super chats. Otherwise, it doesn't come up on the YouTube studio. So anyway,
make your money, man.
So Fohammer335 for $2 says, but can Refraction tongue punch my fart box?
See, that's what we're dealing with. That's what you feel like. Do you feel dirty? You have to say stupid shit like that for money? You don't have to do this shit for money. Anyway, look, man. There's a show on Netflix called Parasite. It's Parasite. It's a Japanese movie. You probably like it. It's a movie about this doctor and blah 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 blah. But there's a scene where the doctor takes this class outside.
Wait, is it the Korean movie?
It might be. It might be.
Don't spoil it. I actually do want to watch that movie at some point. I've heard quite a bit about it.
Please do and let me know. Please do and let me know.
Yeah, but
there's a snail scene. I'm just gonna say there's a snail scene. That's when you can remember, and we'll talk about it.
Okay. For 2 Great British pounds,
David Oliver says, ahoy hoy Planet Walk, ahoy hoy David Oliver, and ahoy hoy everyone in chat as well. Indie Tiger for... What are you brushing your teeth? Or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm polishing. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought you muted me for that one.
No.
I usually get muted for that.
Okay.
It's a habit. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, for real. I always get muted from all the other ones.
Okay, I was just wondering what was going on.
No, you're good.
Sound like you're like rubbing a wire brush over something, or. But anyway.
Sanding with a 100 grit. Polishing a blade that I made.
Okay. Indie Tiger for $5 says the sun sets when you're in the middle of the ocean. Been there, done that. Calculated sunrise and sunset and local apparent noon. So that's going back.
You know what's weird? The heliocentric model works, and the flat Earth model works. No other model works. Those two things, they work.
Well, why
so that's what we run into.
The problem
don't do it.
The problem is that the flat Earth model actually doesn't work. Like every time,
it does though. You just don't understand like what's happening in the atmosphere and things like that.
Every time.
Explanation.
So here's what flat Earth is. Well, I'm going to give a comparison, right? I'm going to use my trusty whiteboard because I paid $10 for this. I'm going to have to use it, So. And the flat Earth,
it's handy. It's so easy.
In the globe Earth model, right? You might do something like Eratosthenes. You'll have that being 90 degrees. You'll have this angle being a certain amount, maybe 97 degrees or whatnot, and then from that we'll work out the distance between these two points. It might be 500 miles, and then we'll calculate from that the size of the Earth. On the flat Earth model, what they'll do is they'll have something there, and they'll say, the sun does that. This might be 500 miles, but they'll say, this works on the flat Earth model, so therefore the Earth is flat. Whereas the globe Earth actually, provides calculations. If you want to work out on the globe Earth model, you can work out, although you don't really have to do many calculations for this, but you can work out, we've got. It might be 12:30, right? Or actually, we'll go for 3:30, right? You can work out, how high should the sun be, right? And the sun should be a certain height off the horizon, given a particular latitude. So you may be 45 degrees south, and you can basically, using that information, you can work out how high the sun should be. On the flat Earth model, you don't get that. You can work out when the sun will set using the globe model as well. You cannot do that on the flat Earth model using your latitude, longitude, and time and all that, and what time of year it is. You can do that all on the globe model. You cannot do that on the flat Earth model because flat Earth doesn't have an explanation for why the sun sets. Now, if there were proper explanations,
we do. I said humidity, atmospheric refraction. The thing is, that thing does work, and even Carl Sagan and Grass Tyson both said that. Carl Sagan said that it would work on the flat Earth. If you could, and we can implies that we can, but we haven't yet, but we can. So they always say we can, but we never do.
Well, here's the thing with
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it doesn't work because you need like 3 or 4 whales to measure this.
With Eratosthenes,
and I say it doesn't work. I say it doesn't work because when you're measuring the light, and there's a thing that bends the light. Of course, you have to account for it. But when you say, oh yeah, that's true. There you go.
Yep. So with
and you say that shadow moves. That's what you guys have said, right?
it's that you get different you measure different angles.
Put the stick right on the bottom.
Oh yeah.
Sign.
Oh, yeah, that's should be like that, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, but you get different angles of the shadow. Like on flat Earth, the angles, they don't match up. You can't find where the sun is. Whereas on the globe Earth, they all match up to a globe, and you can do this in different places. Like, I mean, I've done it in New Zealand, and I got my latitude. Worked pretty well to get my latitude. It was kind of scary.
And you think that's because you go by the ball Earth?
It's because
you use the globe to figure that out. The globe.
Yeah, I basically when I did the measurements, because I've done the measurements. It was on the equinox. Let me bring this up. Let me go.
Did you know what the atmosphere humidity level index was? Did you?
Oh, it's one of them
that you can see.
It's one of them.
Particular day, how much pollen was in the air, how much dust was in.
I was able to get a decent shadow, like.
Things.
But if you do it over multiple, if you do it multiple times, like let's say I do it next. Let's say on the next equinox, I decide to measure the. I should have actually done it on the last equinox. Maybe I should get. But like, if I go to Twitter, I grab the things because I sent it to Simon Dan. Okay.
Why do you think we can see things that were supposed to be hidden by a curvature? Why do you?
Let me just. So what do I think I can see?
Infrared long distance cameras, we can see like super far.
I've actually seen. Okay.
200 and something miles away, I've seen. And they're standing on another mountain in the map.
Don't know if I'll
says that they're supposed to be miles under curvature.
Yeah,
but there they are. I just wonder if you guys ever see those. Do you ever see that? Or are you ever subjecting yourself?
I've actually seen a thing done with a. I'm just gonna send this to you so I can bring it up on screen. But so this is the measurement that I. Might as well bring up the other measurement that I. Not the measurement of the height.
Look at me.
So. I'll be able to bring it up on screen on stream this way. Copy link. So using this here, you can see the shadow. Let's copy link. All right, so using this. And using the measurements, so it's about 156 millimeters. I'll go 156.5 millimeters. We can get a triangle calculator.
Let's go.
Right angle. There we go. All right. Right angle triangle calculator. So A will be 156.5 millimeters. The base will be. What is the base here? It's about 159 millimeters. And see. All right. Calculate. So I get 55.4 degrees. And that...
Okay. So you're not entered an optical illusion. That's great. Why don't we talk about experimentation?
Which is pretty close to where I am.
Do you believe that scientific experiment can untold variables just flying around?
What's that?
Do you think you can conduct a fully righteous scientific experiment with unaccounted for variables in the atmosphere, or it might affect your experiment?
Well, there will always be variables that you cannot necessarily control for.
Sometimes, maybe.
I just realized that people couldn't see that it was on stream. Let me...
You can, however, do a bunch of things. You can do the long vacuum.
I mean...
Giant weight thing.
So, there...
A bunch of stuff that would absolutely turn the theoretical concept of gravity into a law of gravity, which then...
Well, I don't think you know what a theory is versus a law. Like, a theory is actually...
That's what I keep saying.
A theory is better than a law.
Yeah.
In science, a theory is better than law. If you've got a law, it just means that you've made observations and said, you know, these are things that we observe. A theory, however, proposes a mechanism about why things that we observe to happen.
So I was being told that theoretical concepts are now reality, have effect and cause things to react due to their force.
Well, it's more that so the reason why we have a theory is it's like, okay, this is what we think is probably happening. We confirm, so we've got a hypothesis, right? We go ahead and do an experiment. That experiment will either, if that experiment, comes out and shows the hypothesis to be false, then, you've shown that the hypothesis is incorrect. Then you go, okay, obviously the theory that we've got is incorrect. However, if it is consistent with the hypothesis, then the theory has not been disproven. But there are also things that someone might say, well, have you considered this? And if you do, and if that thing hasn't been considered and you run an experiment where you do consider that thing, then it could be shown that there's another thing that is the reason for the results that you're getting.
Yeah, that's true. And then you try to eliminate all outside possibilities of affecting the science experiment, correct?
Well, the things that are relevant, like if certain things are irrelevant, then you.
Well, what if I consider it relevant and you consider it irrelevant?
Well, you got to show why it would be relevant. Like if I say that my grandpa wasn't wearing underwear, or wasn't wearing pants on a particular day that you did an experiment, a lot of people might say, well, that's irrelevant, and I would agree, but someone could say, well, no, that's actually relevant. We've got to do an experiment on a day where this person was wearing pants. Just because someone says that it's relevant, that doesn't mean that it is relevant.
I guess you're true. I guess that's right. But I didn't say anything about anybody's grandpa's pants or anything. I said static electric hydrodynamic flow was, and that is very relevant and provable by doing a balloon instead of a thing that has super mass like you're supposed to.
Oh,
what's the weight of a balloon?
I mean, it's very light. Well, that's why. Here's what you could do.
What's
like
the
you
mass
could
of a balloon?
Use using plexiglass, right? Do the particular experiment using plexiglass to block out electrostatic forces. Then if it still
Like I
happens.
said, you can use magnets through a plexiglass. I've had a fish aquarium that was made out of plexiglass, and that's how you clean them. You throw a magnet on one side, and you have other magnet on the other side, and they're both made out of sponges.
Yeah, but magnets are just a little bit stronger than... Magnets are kind of... I don't know if you've noticed this, but magnets are stronger than, electrostatic forces. If you use a balloon, right?
I don't know if you noticed. But you can literally stick a balloon on the wall, and you can stick a balloon on a wood wall too. So both of those things are non-conductive, but they're acting with their static electric charge.
Like if I hold on, I've got something somewhere in my downloads. I've got a lot of things. Let me go.
Glass. You can literally take you can take a rubber balloon, which is non-conductive, and then you can rub it on your head, and you can stick on a glass, which is non-conductive.
And
it's not the material, dude. It's the interaction with the ions and electrons in the air.
I mean, it's... Hold on, I'm just going to search .mp4, and then we can...
Is it not feasible? Can I get a feasible at least?
Well, you'd have to, conduct an experiment where you...
I did. It was a balloon. A balloon did it.
In a garage. Not in a garage. Using plexiglass to try and reduce that. If you still get the same results when you're using a balloon and plexiglass, then you know that it's...
Do you understand that the balloon... You're saying that the shit bends gravity, and then but then you say that a balloon is bending gravity.
No, what I'm saying is that you've got to go. Okay. Does this? What you got to do is you got to go. Okay, would this affect it in this situation? If it's if there's nothing
What's more reality based, there's a static electric charge buildup, or this theoretical wild concept, which is more likely to happen in that balloon situation? Which, seriously, man, give me a break, man.
Okay, if the balloon is affecting it when you've got an insulator like plexiglass, then it's still managing to work. It's like, okay, this is odd, this isn't what we expect, therefore something must be wrong here, right? However, if you don't account for that, well, it's like, well, have you accounted for that? Like, you're the double standard here. It's like, really?
Yeah, but I mean, it could have a positive charge on the large sphere enough to affect the ions beyond that plexiglass wall and cause the other sphere to take on a negative charge. That thing happens, dude. It happens. Like, I can't even believe that I have to argue about this. It's like
through
electromagnetism, my guy.
Through plexiglass, though?
I just told you the aquarium plexiglass is an inch thick.
An insulator?
It can go through it. Yeah.
But you have demonstrated
very, very thin.
You've only dedemonstrated it with a magnet. I actually think it's a top roll.
I've demonstrated it with a balloon. I've demonstrated a balloon on wood. I've demonstrated a balloon on the window. No, absolutely not. This is wrong. It's wrong, man. It's absolutely wrong. And the only time you can do this is in the Cavendish experiment when there's spheres. In a dusty classroom or a horse barn. Everybody stands around acting like, oh, it's so stupid. Why don't you get two 300-pound fucking balls and hold it and suspend them and watch them collect together instantly? You don't. You know why it takes so long for the Cavendish experiment to perform its little task? It's because it needs a buildup. It needs a buildup of a static electric charge.
No, it's because gravity is a very weak force.
People walking around the experiment looking at it.
It's because
That's
it's a
what's
very.
causing the wind.
It's because it's a very weak force.
It is a very weak force. Weak as shit. Holds buildings down.
Yeah, like that's why.
Super weak.
That's why it takes a while, because it's, you're not gonna get.
Oh, okay. So it's just getting to it? No, you would be able to set it right next to it and would be able to fall into the gravity well. It doesn't take a while. Does it? What? What takes a while?
I mean, if you are trying to measure a very small force, right? then it's going to take
No, I'm trying to measure a force that shows me a force. It should happen instantaneously. When I turn the light switch on, instantaneously. I'll put that fucking them spheres together. They should touch instantaneously.
that
Not
would
20 minutes of fucking blasting wind on it.
that would be like asking why a thermometer doesn't measure your temperature instantaneously.
And then you should be able to put more and more massive weights closer, and you should be able to get a pulling effect eventually. And then you should be able to have some kind of apparatus that uses that pulling effect to give us all free energy, man. This is way lowbrow shit.
I mean,
This is way lowbrow shit. I feel like we're fucking stifled with this
energy
garbage.
is never free, my dude. Anyone that's trying to sell you free energy.
But if you had theoretical gravity, you could do something like that. But we don't. That's the thing is, we don't have that. We have density and buoyancy. That's
We do use gravity to try
we
and.
don't use the theory for nothing. The theory of gravity. You have to say it right. This is why you're tricking yourself. You say gravity, and that asserts that it's already been proven, and that's a law. You think law of gravity because you've seen some fucking movies and Iron Man say it. No. It's the theoretical concept of gravity and has never been proven. Mass does not attract mass anywhere except for the fucking Cavendish experiment, which I just explained as a parlor trick, and I think you understand it. I think your cognitive dissonance is kicking in.
I think you
You're
just
wasting
don't.
time.
I think you just think that you. I think that you have this idea in your head, and you don't sort of see why you're wrong.
Where? Tell me exactly.
Because, like, first off, you can't
What's the idea? Tell me the idea first. What's this idea you think?
You got this idea that you understand gravity, right? That you understand what
the theory of the theoretical concept. You gotta say it right, man. You can't assert it like it's a boss move. Theoretical, say it proper. No,
you think you understand what gravity predicts, whereas in reality, you don't. When it comes to gravity, the predictions that it makes isn't just that stuff should move, and it certainly doesn't predict that stuff should move instantly. It's one of them things where gravity is a very weak force.
If it has a gravity well, you should say, no. If it has a gravity well, they should be clacking together instantly. I don't understand how you think that shouldn't happen. There's a gravity well there.
No? There are other you do realize there are other forces there, right?
It's simple, man. It's very simple. No, you have a 350-pound lead weight according to Cavendish, and proven by Cavendish, according to Einstein, and proven by Cavendish. I'm sorry, that there is a gravity well being formed. Apparently, theoretical gravity well being formed. Yes or no? Let's agree like at sections. Yes or no?
So there is gravity that will be. So yes, there is gravity that will be causing things. That will be affecting things.
Okay, let's ask the audience. The Cavendish is measuring the sphere's gravity well because of its mass.
And let's see.
The balls are creating a gravity well. Yes or no?
One person in the chat said, explain. Oh yeah, 30 says a demonstrable gravity. Well, yes.
Okay, great. That's what Einstein said. It's just forming a gravity well, and Cavendish didn't understand what he was saying. Newtonians, whatever. Or Newton, whatever.
Why is it so hard to find a particular file? So here's a way to explain it, right? Like,
explain it to me, buddy.
If let's say that Earth was a basketball, right?
Basketball Earth.
Yeah, basketball Earth. Let's scale Earth down to the size of a basketball, and you're standing like let's say 10 centimeters away from it, right? How long would it take you to reach the Earth? from 10 cent. How long would it take you to reach this the edge of the basketball? Or even like 10 millimeters. Let's go 10 millimeters away.
What were we talking about before you brought this wild ass? We were talking about the theoretical concept of gravity, and can we do like a theoretical science experiment?
All right. Someone said a few days, and that is probably correct. I don't know the exact amount of time that it would take, but yeah, it would probably take you a few days. If you're 10 centimeters, if the Earth was the size of a basketball, you're 10 centimeters away. It would take you a few days for you to get from that point to the surface of the Earth. And that explains why things don't just snap together due to gravity.
Yeah, it should in the Cavendish experiment. It should like instantly. It falls into the gravity well. There's a gravity well. You've made something that's 350 pounds. Boom, you got a gravity well. You're just gonna have to deal with it. If you put it in a suspended situation next to another 250-pound ball, you're going to watch them come together because there's a gravity well formed by both of them. No.
You did just hear what I said about it taking like couple days if you're 10 centimeters away from the Earth at the size of a basketball for you to.
Why? I don't get that.
Because gravity.
What are you talking about?
Like if you're if Earth is the size of a basketball and you're 10 centimeters away, then it's going to take you quite a while to reach the surface of the Earth.
How about we pretend that the Earth is flat and stationary, and we're trying to prove this theoretical concept called gravity. And all you can produce is Cavendish. Let's pretend like real. Be real with it. This fucking basketball shit is like.
Like, do you wait? No, wait. Hold on. Do you actually understand? Can you please try and rephrase my argument to show that you actually understand it?
Can't. I don't. Your basketball. Why do we have?
So you don't understand my argument.
On something. I don't.
Okay.
Go again. Tell me your argument.
Okay.
Basketballs and shit.
So.
Did you draw something? I can't see it. Or maybe I'm not looking at something.
No, I didn't draw something. So what? Essentially, what I'm saying, I can draw it if you want. I got this. I didn't get this whiteboard for no reason.
I just don't want to be a basketball right off the bat, because we're not a basketball.
Well, it's a comparison, like showing you why you're comparing.
Even NASA says we should assume flat and they're talking about building the most sophisticated and fastest airplanes in the world.
That's taken out of concept, context. But so if we've got the Earth, right? Like let's say that is the size of the Earth, and you are over here. How long would it take you to get from here to here due to gravity? How long would it take you? If that's the Earth.
So I'm free falling towards the Earth?
Yeah. How long would it take you to get from here to here?
Probably a very long time, because the amount of gravity well that I'm forming is less than that giant sphere called the Earth in that picture.
So it'll take a very long time for something that's right. So you're saying that it'll take a very long time for something that's here to reach the Earth in this thing.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's like hundreds of miles away, thousands, millions, how many hundreds of thousands of miles, maybe?
Would probably only be like let's say that's the radius of the Earth away from the Earth, so it'd be about Earth's radius is about 6,000 something kilometers.
Don't wear yourself out, man. Just make something up.
6,000-ish kilometers away. So,
Cool.
It
would take me a while, but if I was as big, say that Earth was 350 pounds, and supposedly that dot was 250 pounds, that little dot would form a gravity well. You understand? Yes. Can we agree?
Yeah,
Okay, excellent. So that means when they got closer together, they would go faster. Ta-da! They would clack together because they both fell into each other's gravity well.
So what you're describing, right, happens
is what Einstein
happens here. But what you're failing to consider, right, is that, you know, if it's 6,000, something 6,000 kilometers away and it's being attracted towards something that's the size of the Earth, it's going to take a long time. If something is 10 centimeters away and it's attracted to something that's a lot smaller than the Earth, it's also going to take a lot of time because you basically scaled the entire thing down. And
they weigh the same. They weigh the same.
Lead balls are nowhere near as dense as Earth.
They weigh the same. How about that? The two objects that you just drew weigh the same. What do you say about that? They're the same. They're the same mass. What do you say?
If they're the same mass, then you're probably going to get a black hole.
No, you're just going to get them to clack together fast. Boom.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If nothing on Earth weighs the same as Earth. Only Earth weighs the same as Earth on Earth.
Okay. So, and what you saying, Willis? What does that mean? Anything?
So you can't have some if. Sure, I would agree with you if the mass were the same. Like if the mass of the lead ball was the same as the mass of the Earth, then yeah, it'd probably be a huge problem. But yeah, things would clack to that lead ball pretty quickly. But the thing is, the lead ball
would have the same effect as Coulomb's law does. How about that?
Well, no, it'd be like you'd probably actually have a black hole. But when it comes to the mass of mass of a lead ball, that is thousands of times smaller than the mass of the Earth, right?
So make it 350 pounds because Cavendish said 350 pounds and 250 pounds can attract each other. He has said that. You have demonstrated that a very small mass on a desk can attract each other.
And we can go to the I can bring up the gravitational force calculator. So if we have
that's just what happens with density calculator.
If we have
disguised as gravity.
If we have 350 pounds of in mass 1, right? And how much was mass 2?
250.
250
and 250.
250.
Not exactly. It's kilometers. It's not kilometers. It's kilograms or whatever it is. I don't know exactly what the conversion is, but it's around 350. It's around 250. How about that? Is that okay?
Yep. And 10 centimeters, right? The gravitational force between them is 0.000027 pounds.
Pounds?
Yeah. Like you can measure force in pounds. Like that's not going to cause them.
What's the other options? What's the other options though? Right there.
There's newtons, kilonewtons, meganewtons, giganewtons, teranewtons, and pounds force.
I want to learn.
Newtons. So it's 0.00012 newtons.
Because I know what a newton is. Torque.
A newton is like I think it's like 1 kilogram per second or 1 let's 1 newton. What is that defined
how
as?
How much is the
1 kilogram of
weigh?
mass at the rate of 1 meter per second squared. And the what?
How much does a balloon weigh?
A balloon
filled with, I imagine, carbon dioxide, breath, air. I don't know. Not helium. It wasn't helium. It was just regular breath air balloon.
Weight of a balloon. Let me. God. I don't.
Uninflated balloon. Uninflated balloon.
Oh yeah.
That'll help.
Inflated balloon. Okay, it says while cold it weighs 2.34 grams. Like it's keeps on saying weight of an inflated balloon. Like Google is not the greatest. Oh, balloons.
It shouldn't matter if you're blowing it up with your regular. Well, maybe carbon dioxide waste.
Yeah, like it. Google says, "Did you mean weight of an inflated balloon?" It's like, no, Google.
No, Google, just a fucking dead balloon, dude. Jeez. See.
Yeah. It says like milligrams or we could say something like 2 grams or something, you know.
Well, you understand. This only proves my point more.
How? How does this prove your point?
We should. I mean, come on, man. You can observe what you just said right there is something that you can literally observe, right? That you can watch that happen. That's the gravity well. If we have gravity wells, why can't we just make big gravity wells? Use those gravity wells to our advantage.
Because gravity.
Why can't
so,
we? Is that plausible? Come on, think about it before.
Because gravity. Because gravity wells, you know, we're already in a huge gravity well that is going to overpower any gravity well that we can make that would be useful, unless you're trying to do some kind of experiment on gravity. Like, that's the only useful gravity well.
That's the only time. Out of here! Get out of here! I do not accept.
Like, okay, how would you use a? Firstly, how would you use a gravity?
Draw 2 bottles on circles on the bottom. What is that? The nasty ass animal product? That's why you fucking can't think worth of shit. Come on.
Oh yeah, I got some bacon here. It's nice.
Good for you. That's just gonna fuck you up. That's swelling your arteries, causing brain damage. Just so you know that.
So
and vegans have like eight different bacons. Okay, 2 straight lines like an equal, straight down. 2 parallel lines straight down. Whoop, whoop, just 2 right next to each other.
Okay, so like that.
Exactly, 2 spheres on the bottom. Okay, now draw 2 U's like underneath, like representing the gravity well.
I'm not like that.
Yeah, more flat.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Yeah, like kind of tracing them.
Like that.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Now draw 2 lines coming off of the 2 spheres in opposite directions on the outside.
So like that.
Yeah, perfect. Now attach them to some kind of winches. That's some kind of generator that has some kind of pulley that is a giant pulley that keeps constantly pulling on each other and just make giant generators everywhere. I don't understand how we can't think this.
That's not going to work.
We can't figure this shit
because
out.
you do realize because you have to put energy in to move it out of the gravity well.
Boom, solar power. We can have a little bit, and then we can get a lot of bit out of it.
No,
we add a little bit of solar power. We get a whole bunch of that fucking. I don't know.
Okay,
man, I'm just saying.
So to move things out of the gravity, so if you've got a, like, let's say that this was something that you could do. Even if you could do this, to move something out of a gravity well. So to move this out of a gravity well, you still have to put energy in to be able to move it out. Otherwise, they're just gonna move towards each other, and then you're not going to get any use. You're not going to be able to do anything to generate any power.
No, what you do is you constantly keep it on the verge of falling into each other's gravity well, and you use that force that is created right there, and you use that. Come on, if I can come up with this, there's got to be. Come on.
There has to. So when it comes to things, the way of creating energy generally is you've got to work out how to create energy without you got to get the same amount of you actually got to get more energy than you put in. That's why nuclear fusion is so difficult. Nuclear fusion, you require a lot of it's required that you put in a lot of energy, and then you've got to try and get that energy plus any energy you want to actually use out of it. So nuclear fusion, you're putting in a lot of energy through magnetism, electromagnets, and you're combining hydrogen, hydrogen atoms, in hopes that you get more energy out of it than you put in. However, with your gravity well thing, you'd be putting more energy into it than you'd get out.
Actually, just one time. The one time you would separate them. You separate them,
But
maybe on some kind of frequency.
when you separate them, there'd still be So, all right. So let me try and. So there'd be a constant force between the two, right? And when you separate them, to separate them, you'd have to put some energy to move them away from each other. Now, when you create that force, right? That force is it needs to be maintained, and any and how are you going to get energy out of it as well is what I want to know. Because
Me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
And
Me too. Hopefully, a bunch of people are thinking about it right now. Because when you think about it, when you really start thinking about it, it goes, no, okay, what's going on?
Now,
why haven't we done this?
Well, we actually technically have done this, right? Technically.
Cavendish.
No. Let me explain. There's even been a song written about it. So essentially, what we do is we have a slope here, right? And so something starts at the top of that slope, and when it goes down the slope, right, it's going into the gravity well, and that spins a turbine, creating electricity. Now, when it's down here, and there needs to be a way for it to get all the way back up here, right? So what we do is we use what we call hydrogen hydroxide, which has a special property of when it's down here, right, it'll evaporate and it'll go up into the atmosphere, and then it'll end up back up here, and then it will repeat that cycle again. There's the energy that is being used to make it evaporate is just energy from the sun. So technically this is what is called hydropower, and it's actually the energy that we're using is the solar energy that evaporates it. We're not actually having to put any energy from electricity in to generate that energy. There's still energy that's coming from another source here.
Sounds like you just described rain.
I did.
And then
that's what hydropower is.
And yeah, I mean, that is not free energy.
Depends on what you mean.
Account for the little bit of energy that you might need to pull those giant gravity bending balls apart. Causing maybe, I don't know, some kind of maybe you start some kind of elliptical thing where they orbit each other.
It depends what you define as free energy, because free energy is often used by quacks to sort of assert something that we can basically get infinite energy out of without
free energy, dude. It's super easy. Get a solar panel, hook it to a battery, hook that battery to a converter, and then you plug a drill in. That's free energy, isn't it?
Well, the energy is always coming from somewhere. Like, it'll be coming from the sun or whatnot.
Eventually, yeah, exactly. That's exactly. It's free energy. But I understand there's some industrial aspect. Okay, I got to pay for it. But I would be paying for electricity over here, so I got to pay for it. Eventually, it pays for the little bit of diesel it took to get the minerals out of the ground and fabricate it and all that stuff. Eventually, that would pay for itself. That would be free energy.
So, hold on. One person in the economically, yeah, that would be free, but in the terms of like it's not actually getting energy from. When I hear the term free energy, usually I think, getting energy from nowhere. But if you're talking economically, yeah, then it is possible to get free energy.
Talking about getting free energy out of nowhere from the sun and the wind and the water.
Well, that energy comes from somewhere. Someone asked what's the song, and the song it's the water cycle song. It's like, the water cycle round and around, the vapor goes up and the rain comes down. It's like a kid's song. You should listen to it. Someone says solar panels are expensive. Yeah, if something's economically viable, you get more energy. Eventually it pays for itself, then you could technically call it free, but the energy, when it comes to energy generation, that energy always has to come from somewhere. So economically free is different to what a lot of people mean by free energy.
True.
But
I think we could do a ton better. How about that? Can we meet there?
What?
Me and you can figure it out. How come we don't have it all over the place?
Well, it's more of, you got to get the things to build the solar panels, to generate enough electricity. Anyway, there's a few more super chats that I've got to read out, so...
please do. Mute me, please.
Well, some of them are addressed to you, so... David Oliver for 5 Great British Pounds says, yes, but the ceiling never goes below floor levels in a corridor, Jason. So, that was talking about, it was essentially talking about when you've got the, when you have a corridor, and you've got lights along the corridor, from the point of view, these lights will appear lower. Yeah, and smaller actually as well. When they get lower, they should... they should never actually go below the floor. Or never appear to go below the floor. I'm actually getting really good at this drawing upside down thing. I mean, can Team Skeptic do that? No, because he doesn't have a whiteboard. I'm calling Team Skeptic out, someone wants to... Yeah, I'm going to call Team Skeptic out. Team Skeptic has never tried to draw upside down on a whiteboard, so his art isn't great than mine.
I've had one little run-in with that guy. Never watched anything he's produced. I've never heard anything other than a couple of seconds or so of, them going back and forth on one of those stupid shows they call them. What do you guys call them? Stupid shows?
I don't know. There's a lot of...
It's called stupid. Oh, no, you say, people are stupid. What do you say? Just making fun of flat earth.
Well, there's shows like Stupidity is Not a Right, but he's never been on Stupidity is Not a Right. There's...
Why are you worried about rights? That's scary, man. That's super scary.
It's
super scary.
It's more of a joke.
Don't worry about rights, man. Yeah, it's not a joke. It's fucking... And he goes, stupidity is not a right. And then he goes, flat earthers equals stupid. And then he goes, I'm going to kill stupid. Insinuate you're trying to... the joke is not fucking
you do
funny
realize
with that turkey neck dude.
You do realize that there
it's
is...
Not. It's
do you understand
metaphors?
Totally.
Do you understand truth is said in jest? That's a metaphor. That's an adage, actually.
So a metaphor is basically... metaphors are basically describing something. Like if I say... there's two figures of speech. There's two very common...
I know.
Similes and metaphors.
But if you keep saying it, you sound like a crazy person. But if you keep saying the same psychotic shit, you sound like a fucking crazy person.
Well,
You want to kill people? You want to kill people? You want to kill people? You want to kill? What the fuck is that, man? Every fucking time he's beating the shit out of killing something, and it's deemed us.
well,
It's
no,
deemed
like
me. Bro, why me? Am I fucked up? Am I fucked up? Have I hurt you in some way?
So quite
What have
often
I done to you?
I'll be
Crazy.
I might play a game of chess, right? Have you ever played chess?
All right. I played it as a kid, but I like Battlefield because of the helicopter. That's what I do.
Okay, but chess.
I played simulators on when I was offshore.
Anyway,
Helicopter simulators.
in chess, you might have like you might have a really good thing where you're just taking all the opponent's pieces, and you might say something like, "Oh, this is a massacre." Now, obviously, you don't literally mean that like heaps of people are getting slaughtered, but like you're using the thing of, I'm taking a lot of pieces. The opponent's getting absolutely destroyed, and again, that's another metaphor when the opponent's getting absolutely destroyed. Is a metaphor that a lot of people use, just because.
Because you're playing a metaphoric game. But if you're actually in a war and you're lopping somebody's head off, and you said that guy got destroyed, it's a whole different situation in it.
Yeah, like if you're at
Good.
and when
you're fucking able to see that.
like when I say that I destroyed someone's argument, I didn't mean that I literally blew it up or whatever, because like it's a abstract thing.
I understand, but if you open every show with "I destroyed this particular person's argument and I bloody murdered him and then I fucking killed his family and all kinds of weird shit constantly, you would seem very fucking weird, man. I just don't get how you don't see this.
Like,
or you're just purposefully not seeing it.
So when
Seems
it comes
fucking crazy.
So
We're talking about rights and shit.
When it comes to
Fuck outta here with that
FTFE,
shit.
like
if somebody wants to be stupid, let them be stupid.
so when it comes to FTFE, one of his things is like is basically different ways to kill stupid. Now he doesn't mean that he actually has gone out and killed stupid. Like, it's sort of a funny thing, and I've even given him a few ideas. Like he says one of the things, it's like, "Hi, I'm FTFE, and welcome to the channel that has given stupidity up for adoption." And then it goes to and cuts to Karen with stupidity and going, "No vaccinations for you, stupidity. It's it's a joke." And
Yeah.
the whole point of the
beat the horse to death, bro.
and it's
Woo! Got the fucking last laugh, my guy. Enough already with that stupid shit. And I understand. I totally understand what you're saying, because I use terminology exactly like that when dealing with people that eat animal products. You are a zombie, and when I battle you about animal products, I will literally destroy your mind with the things I say.
yeah. So you'll use
Therefore, I destroyed a zombie, but you know what? Nobody dies in my scenario. Zombie, a bad thing happened.
I mean,
not a fucking person. And the rights, I said information. I didn't say I forced you to do anything.
Yeah, but in a way, you could be like that, because if I'm a zombie and you're killing a zombie, then in a way, then you're killing me. So
But the thing that makes you a zombie, but you become out of that scenario a better person. His thing is he gets to determine who's crazy or stupid, and then fuck him up.
Well, it's
fuck him up, like kill him.
It's
do
more
stupid shit, like fucking crazy shit.
It's more.
Man, get out of here. Concede that's fucking garbage.
So
Concede, bro.
no. So in FTFE's case, I can't believe I'm having to actually explain the metaphor. The metaphor is more of getting rid of the stupidity,
really
right?
Like
in your metaphor, you're getting rid of the zombie. In FTFE's metaphor, he's getting rid of the stupidity. That's the whole idea.
It's not stupid. Okay, maybe it is stupid, but it does. I give you information. You said it's not a right. That infers that you will not have the right. That means you have the police come to you and say that you can't think that way. Dude, you don't see that? Nah, you got a fucking different law system over there or something.
It's more of a joke.
Fuck anybody in England. Real as fuck to anybody in England that don't have rights right now.
It's a joke. It's like, geez, like
everyone. It's not funny no more.
Everyone has like. Here's the thing. Everyone has the.
It's not fucking funny.
Everyone technically does have the right to be stupid, right? But then there is the extent, some people decide to riot on Capitol Hill, and it's like, when your stupidity leads to actions that are illegal, then yeah, those actions are illegal. You know.
That's public property. That's public property. It's public property. They should be allowed anytime. Anytime. There shouldn't be a problem at all. Never. Never, ever, ever. There's presidents that can ride around on bicycles in public transportation without a problem. There is no reason that people should be able to go into their capital or any other federal land. Anytime federal land. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I mean,
that's robbed, stolen. Like, you stole my money.
When you're doing it to when you're doing it to stage an insurrection, then you know, like that's not.
Yeah, I think it's all circus anyway. You want to talk about politics? Are you interested in that?
I mean, we already talked about the politics, didn't we?
No, absolutely not. Not at all.
We did when it came to
what the politics is over there.
we talked about communism. That's politics.
That's a purpose.
Mm.
Is it, or is it a civilization?
I mean,
Society, like
it's a political, like.
It becomes a political when it becomes communist.
No, well, communism is
make a police force.
Communism is basically a political ideology, like. Like, how can it not? How can communism
is the opposite? Socialism is the opposite.
Wait,
and that's
wait.
You dictating who moves into your neighborhood.
Hold on.
You know how much music and.
Did you just say? Wait,
is
socialism the opposite of communism, or is?
Yeah. What you've been taught is socialism is not correct. What they mix communism with socialism. They keep saying
socialism is.
That's why I confused it a minute ago.
Socialism is very
socialism
similar.
is what we have here in Mexico. I'm experiencing socialism.
Do you live in Mexico?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I never knew that.
Right now I live on a street, and this lady right next door, she can open a store. She doesn't have to pay taxes. She just opened her store. Okay, but also they have on the front of their building, it says, if you steal from us, we'll hang you to death in the streets. You understand? If you steal from us, we'll hang you to death in the streets. That's socialism. I'm cool with that.
That's more anarchy.
Why I moved here. Yeah, exactly. I don't give a shit. It's awesome. Nobody's stealing children over here. You get fucking hung, dude.
I mean,
I like it.
There are issues with. I feel like there's issues with that. Like if someone decides to arm themselves very well, then you know
they just get fucking hung. They just get lynched, and it happens. They burn people. They burn pedophiles and shit here. And I'm liking that. That's cool. That's cool for me.
But if someone decides to create a militia, right, then you're not gonna really be able to stop that. And anarchy?
Yeah, they got a militia over here. No, they have a militia over here. The little people get together, and let me tell you, they tried to take the cable company here, tried to get the police to go over there and arrest some people for stealing cable or something. But they see that as their right, so they wind up kidnapping the police for 3 days and made the cable company pay for them to be released, $2,000.
Wait, hold on, I just want to check something. Social mobility, like what is the social mobility of Mexico? I'm actually alright, so
they have buses around here that has a little communist sickle on it.
Okay, this is from 2020, so social mobility. Mexico is 58th in social mobility.
What does that mean, social mobility, for the audience?
Okay, so social mobility is basically a measurement of how easy it is to move from like lower class to upper class. The higher your index in social mobility, the easier. So, for example,
what does that tell you, though? What does that tell you before you go?
Basically,
tell you exactly.
It tells you how easy it is. Like, if you're a poor person, how easy it is for you to get from being a poor person to being a rich person, or from
due to what? Due to what? I'm sorry. Just due to what? What stops them from that?
So it's more of things like socioeconomic factors and all that kind of stuff. How much of a grip the upper class has on their wealth and all that kind of stuff. So,
why would the upper class have any play in it?
it could be a number of things. I could.
No, I want specific. I want directly. I want sources. Give me sources, boy.
This is so. Here's the thing. This doesn't state. The thing is, social mobility doesn't state the why. It just states the what.
Okay.
It doesn't.
I understand going from there to there, but we need to understand why it's hard for people to go from there to there.
Yeah, and we can actually look at the social mobility and then have a look at all the countries that have high social mobility. Like the country with the highest social mobility is Denmark with an index score of 85.2, right? Then you
So what does that mean? So what does that mean? There's a lot of poor, and then you can go. Vroom.
Yeah, you can move between
Is that what
classes
that
fairly easily in Denmark. Norway has also got high social mobility. Finland also has high social mobility. Sweden, Iceland, Netherlands, Switzerland, Belgium, Austria, Luxembourg, Germany, France. It's a lot of European countries, and especially the Nordic countries have high social mobility.
Good people.
Go down to Australia is at 16th. Japan is 15th. Canada is 14th. You go down to UK at 21st. New Zealand at 22nd. You go down further to the US at 27th. Go down further down to where is Mexico is all the way down at 58th with a social mobility or index score of 52.6.
Yeah, I see it.
That's not a very high social mobility. It's not the worst.
I mean, I see it too.
But
I see it too.
Yeah.
Where's India?
India is India. Holy shit! India's 76th. India's horrible for social mobility.
Yeah, you're fucking cutting ships in half.
Yeah, like they've also got a bit of an assessment on. So it says here the Nordic countries lead the ranking due to their high quality education systems, strong social safety nets, inclusive institutions, and good job opportunities. 17 of the top 20 most socially mobile countries are in Europe.
Excellent.
And it says there are several areas India could improve on, such as access to quality healthcare and increasing its social protection expenditure. And it says that Canada's score as a result of...
America is like 50 governments. Like America is 50 governments. And, some do good, some do bad.
Yeah, like it would be nice to see the social mobility within the different states of America. It says Canada's score as a result of its healthcare, access to technology and quality of education, but it falls short of fair work opportunities. So
I hear horror stories about the medical. Like you got to be on a list and all this stuff. I could be wrong. That's only stories. What do you say?
I say that like a lot of people will try and upplay the times where things go wrong. Like a lot of people are against social health or universal healthcare, right? Because they say, the waiting lists in the NHS, and like some countries do have bad universal healthcare, and the reasons for it often seems to be because they cut funding. Like in Europe, Europe and Australia, England and Australia, like in those two places, I believe in the NHS, they keep on doing budget cuts, right? And of course, if you cut the budget for the NHS, of course it's going to be shit. If you're in Australia and you keep on cutting the budget for the healthcare there, yeah, of course it's going to be shit.
Yeah, and especially when you limit the private sector with regulation. Grow.
Well, it's more of that in the private sector. Like, here's the thing. Let me try and sell you on something. It's called super capitalism, all right? You mind if I?
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah,
Please.
Let me grab the clip. Like, it's a bit of a meme, but let me go to YouTube.com and try and sell you on super capitalism. Let me switch this over to thing because there's a bit of a video to it. Here we go.
Listen up, y'all. You've had regular capitalism, and all the wealth just goes to the corporations. These fat cats just sit up there in their big old desk. They don't do shit, okay? I'm selling you super capitalism. Super capitalism is so invested in private enterprise that every single individual actually collectively owns a portion of the workplace they work at. You're a McDonald's fry chef, man. That's your part of your business, son. That's you now. Super capitalism. In addition, I am so in favor of market incentives and market forces that I reject the private ownership of any industry which interferes with the function of those market forces. Transportation, healthcare, these are inelastic markets, dumb fuck. Super capitalism.
So, what do you think of that?
Yeah, that's what you're seeing. He's right. That's what you see when you're forced as a business to raise minimum wages.
Well, I'm glad you agree with super capitalism. Like, super capitalism is great.
No, I don't. I don't agree with it at all. I don't agree. I think free market is way to go.
I mean,
if you capitalize. If you capitalize, good for you. But you can't be fucking going into the government.
Well, I don't think that here's the thing. I don't think that the free market works when you've got inelastic markets.
Like, I think it works everywhere.
If you're like, here's the thing. If the market is dictated by the supplier and not the demand, then that's pretty much an inelastic market from what I understand. So it's not good to have a market that is dictated completely by the buyer. Like, if I want to, or by the seller, should I say. Like, if I want to, like, let's say I want to buy a packet of chips, right? Now, I could say, well, if chips get too expensive, well, then I'm gonna buy either another brand or another food, right? Because I've got the options.
What chips do you buy? What chips do you buy for real?
Generally I'll buy like thick cut chips.
From where?
From the fish and chip shop. That's such a New Zealand thing.
So like a custom? Oh, wait, when you say chips, you mean like French fries or like chips out of a potato chip bag?
Well, like let's go with crisps, right?
Crisps, like French fries, like British chips.
Like these chips here,
Okay, gotcha. Flaky thing, deep fried, gotcha.
Yep. Like, now I could say, okay, if these chips here get too expensive, then I could easily say, okay, well, I'm gonna have Rice Krispies or whatnot.
Where's that made? Where's that made? Is that your country's potato chips? Your town's potato chips?
It says you're made in New Zealand from local and imported ingredients. So, yeah, but like that.
Oh shit! Wait. They say local and imported. So when they say local, they're talking about the fucking ink that was printed on the paper, and when they say imported, they're talking about all the potatoes came from China and was cooked there for fucking shit, dirt cheap.
I don't know whether like as long as it tastes good and is fairly cheap. Like, so
I know that because the tools do that. The tools say made with international materials, and they're just making them in China, and then labeling them here, and then saying now it's a complete tool in America. We made this, made in America. They do that with tools.
Well, it's probably
go ahead.
Well, anyway,
the Krispies.
Krispies. So anyway, like if I want to buy that, if it gets too expensive, I can say, well, I'm just not going to buy chips anymore. I can buy another type of food, especially seeing as there might be some, I I know some people that grow their food at home. I could say, okay, well, I'm going to get my food from my parents or whatnot. And that's something that I have the option to do. When it comes to things like healthcare, I don't have the option to shop around if something goes wrong. I could try, but most of the times, if I've got an issue like gallstone, like in the town that I live in, there's only one major hospital that I know of, right? And so I could go, like if I get gallstones, I could go there and to get myself fixed up. Under a system like what America has, I'd have to go there and have to pay whatever price they demand. I don't have an option. The other option is that I suppose, like in some instances of healthcare, I would have to just pay. I could choose, just to go through a whole lot of pain, but that's why a lot of people don't get healthcare, and
Or you have private enterprises with medical doctors that went to medical school and they've opened their own practice, and then you go to there instead. They have them all over here.
If I need surgery, right? So
they got some places, private. They got places here for that. Surgery.
How cheap is that? Like, how cheap?
It's super cheap too. Super cheap because people are competing with each other, and they have to provide a good service.
Okay, then why don't people do that in America? Where healthcare is like through the roof.
Why have they let them take 30% of their fucking paycheck? Yeah, you're right. What's going on? What the fuck is going on? Why are we giving nobody's 30%? Our roads are shit. We don't have no bullet trains. We don't have nothing. We don't have shit.
Because
can I sell you on something? Can I sell you something?
What's that?
I'm gonna run for office, and I wanna get your vote.
Okay.
Even you're a skeptic. Can I sell you my platform?
Okay, try and go ahead.
American based, okay? So as soon as I become president, libertarian president, no taxes, no gun laws, no restrictions on your small businesses, no business restrictions at all. Okay. But there will be a tax that will run out. And it's a 5% tax on every item sold, Lamborghini to candy. Doesn't matter, 5%. Houses, 5%. Millions of dollars, 5%. Okay. 5 cents, 5%. Okay?
Yeah.
So that pays for solar roads. Okay?
Okay.
With solar roads. What we do is we put solar roads in every square inch of road system that we have. Every major. We probably wouldn't even need all of it. Just all the major roadways. But, why stop? Solar roads are awesome. They blink when you're going too fast as the society governs. I would love to have a solar road in front of my house that blinks red when somebody drives fast. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah.
Exactly. So I give you solar roads. I give you solar roads with a 5% tax. You actually make money and you get your solar roads. So now what does that mean? That means you, my friend, get free electricity. Okay? You get free electricity. And what does that mean? A simple conversion on your vehicle, you can make that thing run off of hydrogen. Okay, so electricity, now you have electricity, you have water, now you make hydrogen, now you have free gas. I've given you free electricity, free gas, solar roads, and no taxes, and you can protect yourself any way you want.
Okay, so...
And make any business you want.
So, there's a few problems with that. Like, the first problem being is that... I don't mind paying taxes. Like I actually filed my taxes a few days ago.
What do you use for those taxes? What benefit do you get for those taxes? The roads you said. But you said you have private roads too.
I get the benefits that I get from taxes is if I need a form of healthcare that excludes dentistry, unfortunately, I can get like if I want to get vaccinated. I get free vaccines. I got my HPV vaccine was the last one this year or last year? I think it might have been this year with the last one.
Healthcare, everywhere you go, healthcare works better with private, okay? Never works better with government, okay? So
if I'm being charged for
take any of your dollars for that.
So if I'm being charged
for
if I'm getting charged for vaccines, right?
you're going to get the best vaccine, and you're going to get the most tested. You're going to get you're going to get the best of the best. They're not trying to fuck you up. They're a private company.
No, not necessarily. Like it's when you got a
They wanna
private
make money and stay in
private
business.
companies are profit driven. Like if they can cut corners, they will. Lack of regulation allows people to cut corners. And lack of regulation means that the corners that are being cut do not have to be disclosed to the customer. When you've got regulation, you could have certain practices have to be disclosed to the customer. You have to have certain pricing options.
That's
maybe
something that
disclose
happens
profit
privately.
margins.
Like doctors make agreements they don't kill people. Yeah, lawyers make private agreements that they don't snitch on the client. That's a privatized thing. You don't need the government in that situation.
When it comes to the government, it's more about ensuring that there's not bad business practices going on. Like you could have, as I said earlier, like
The government is supposed to make roads. That is the government's job, and do the post office. That is all they're supposed to do.
The
You
government-
think they're supposed to do the police? You think they're supposed to do the fire department? You think they're supposed to do ambulances for some reason? But no.
Like the government, I think that delegating the role of, you see, I do think that there are some things that the private sector handles better than the government. So the private sector does handle.
Name one thing that the government does better. Name one thing.
Things like fire service, the government does better. Things like,
You don't think if you signed up for a service in your neighborhood?
Transportation is something that the government does better as well. Like, transportation is something that the government easily does better. In England, any public train service or private train service, right? Any private train service failed to turn over a profit. They tried to privatize the railroads over in Britain, but it just completely failed to turn over a profit. So they kept.
That's a different situation, man. You got to worry about that. You're on their tracks, all their shit. You ain't gonna get no private company.
The problem was is that they just couldn't do it. Another thing that I'm starting to see a lot of support for is, and I think it will probably actually be a good thing, is the public networks for internet, right? For internet access. That seems like it's working well, and I know that Biden has a plan to basically get fiber to everyone. And I know that in Australia it failed because you had one government was like you had, I think it was Kevin Rudd's government or maybe some other government. I know it was the Labor Party decided to roll out the NBN, the National Broadband was it NBN? National Broadband something. Anyway, they tried to roll that out, and the next government got in and decided nah, because private companies wouldn't be able to make as much with the government owned. You see,
I'm sure there was no manipulation at all to that decision.
But here's
and private company.
Here's
keeping it government contracted. I'm sure there was nothing fishy about that.
Oh, there was definitely some fishy things when it comes to like apparently, like what I've heard. Now this is getting into a bit of conspiracism. Is is that the Murdoch media didn't particularly like the idea because it had impact on some of the companies that they're associated with, and so they decided, okay, we don't want this person in as prime minister, so let's run smear campaigns against this person. So that
understanding and seeing that the reality of how dirty things can get doesn't make you a conspiracy theorist. If I ask you if you believe a politician has ever been bribed, your answer would be undoubtedly yes, of course, right? A politician's history has been bribed.
It's more of just that when it comes to certain.
I'll give you money if you pass this law. Yes or no?
Oh yeah, like that kind of stuff does
Yes.
has happened.
So there is a conspiracy. There's a conspiracy.
Well, it depends, like, to what
You
level.
just admitted that you're a conspiracy theorist. No,
Well,
it's
well, it
black and
depends
white.
to what.
You just
It depends to
theorized that
what
somebody
level.
did pay
It
a
depends to.
politician.
It depends
that-
to what level, like, and it also depends.
Politicians or anything.
It depends. It also depends, like, to like, when it comes to conspiracy theories, it depends to what extent there is evidence for a particular claim. Now, now the reason why I say that I'm getting into conspiracism is because I don't have particular evidence that I can pull up. That's why I say I've heard. I'm not saying that. This definitely happened. It was definitely the fault of the media corporations. That's why I have that caveat, because if someone decides to call me out and say, "Hey, look, I've got evidence," and this person just gave no evidence, well, then I look like a fucking idiot. However, in this instance, I say that I'm getting into conspiracism because I don't have the evidence, especially not offhand. Now, if I were to look into it, I could possibly go, okay, yeah, I've found the particular evidence that I'm looking for, and that kind of stuff. Or it might be someone saying something, and yeah, that would still be conspiracism. And that's why I have that caveat there, just to say, hey, look.
You keep looking. 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 And if you find 15 different sources and John Smith keeps popping, it's dubious at best.
It's one of those things where, like, if I don't have evidence offhand, I'm not going to proclaim that what I say is 100% fact, because I don't have evidence for that. Like, that's the thing, that my worldview is entirely evidence-based. I'm not going to say, well, like, let's go with some fantastical idea, and then, I'm not going to say, oh, yeah, UFOs, the Roswell UFO land crash was something that definitely happened, because evidence for that is so flimsy,
So no aliens?
I don't think that aliens have visited Earth.
Do you think that the Earth could end this very moment that we're speaking in some amazing cataclysmic apocalyptic event that we didn't even know that was happening because we are unable to monitor the sky?
Define the Earth ending. Because
Earth ending. Blasting a big giant meteor that we haven't seen comes flying through, or a black hole that is traveling at light speed swallows the Earth and completely. Or some star goes supernova because we don't understand how far it is, or something like that, and it spreads gamma radiation, melting us all.
So
I could do that all day.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through each of those scenarios and explain why they're extremely unlikely. So when it comes to a meteor blasting a hole in Earth, that is actually extremely unlikely, simply due to the fact that I think that all large objects that could potentially hit Earth have been documented and found. There are some smaller
giant ring. There's a giant ring that we have in our solar system that big giant rocks bigger than Earth, small enough to kill the entire Earth, are billions out there, and they bumpy nudge each other constantly. And at any moment, they can nudge one out, and it could go onto the trajectory and hit Earth, killing everybody. And that could have happened months ago, and we didn't even know it because we don't look at the sky. NASA says we can only monitor 1% of the night sky as a human species.
Well, here's the thing. There is a point at which something becomes so large that it's pretty much impossible to miss.
Okay, what about the black holes? What about the black holes flying through space at light speed? That's what you guys have said.
Okay, so I'm not actually convinced that black holes traveling at light speed exist. Because
we're supposed to be moving at almost light speed as it is.
No.
With all the spinning and wobbling.
No.
Oh yeah. Damn near light speed. Yes. You better check your boy.
No, I don't think that we're moving at anywhere close to light speed. Like, what's...
Be careful, because I know, and you said you think I know.
Like, I'm sure we're not moving anywhere close to light speed. Because...
Oh, yeah, we're very close, because we are spinning 1,000 miles.
At,
Then we're
at-
orbiting at fucking 66,000 miles an hour. Then we're shooting through our solar system at fucking... Dude, it just goes, it keeps adding up, and we're supposed to be moving at almost the speed of light.
At best, you could say that galaxies are receding away from us at the speed of light, right? But
This dude's just 67,000 miles an hour.
at best, you could say that galaxies are receding away from us at the speed of light, but that's due to the that seems to be just due to the expansion of the universe rather than.
They keep saying I'm wrong, but this is literally just stuff that I'm repeating from your religion. Like, literally, I just repeated this from you guys' religion. It says black holes can shoot through. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson did a whole series called Cosmos, and the season ending, the season finale, was based on the apocalyptic event, one of the 5 apocalyptic events, and he talked about the entire season, multiple different ways that we could all end instantly, unknowingly.
It's also
And
like
fucking burning.
it's also about
everybody would be burning.
It's also about like a lot of what I grasped from Cosmos was curiosity about the world. You know how our ancestors had a lot of curiosity, and how it also shows like the how humans have fucked up, and how with things like lead and petrol that was something that fucked up, and there's
government shit, dude. Government shit. Those people. Do you think government? You think a gas industry wasn't fueled by the government and taxpayers' dollars?
To an extent,
Subsidies.
but like then
Shit.
you got private enterprise involved as well. Like when it comes to that, but
And then they got bailed out when they found out. Then they get bailed out.
yeah, I don't like I don't like big companies getting bailed out. I think that if I think that the only bailouts should go to small companies, because small companies are what actually, like, if you want to create jobs, you you use small companies. One thing,
I 100% agree.
yeah, one of the things that I did want to what was the third? Oh, gamma rays from a supernova. All right, now
Yeah.
the closest star that could possibly go supernova that I know of is probably
You assume.
it's probably
You
Betelgeuse.
assume the distance. Yeah, you assume the distance. You're assuming all these things. Because you never tested it. You're just assuming that they're that distance. But according to your theoretical concept, they could blow up and send all kinds of anything that just melts us and destroys us.
Well, when it
radiates
comes
us and kills us
when
all.
it comes to like gamma rays from from like a supernova, that's probably not going to kill us. Like, and we've also got this thing around
kill our environment.
we've got this thing around the Earth that protects us from radiation from space. It's pretty useful. Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, and they said they would blast that off. That's what I'm saying. It would blast.
And
Talking about the
but
cosmic radiation.
But
thing that
Veta
protects
says the star has to be pointed at us too, so
I'm just trying to point out how your belief system is a scare tactic for people that are paranoid schizophrenic. And it's a way to control them.
Well, I'd say that the biggest threat to humanity is not from the skies. It's actually on Earth. Like, if you were to say something like, humanity will be wiped out from something like Yellowstone erupting, then yeah, that's much more of a threat than like an asteroid. Now, 100 years ago, an asteroid might have been a really big threat, but seeing as we've been watching the skies and managed to find a lot of the things that could pose a threat, it's becomes less likely. Now, these days, things like Yellowstone going off, killing heaps of people, that's a much bigger threat. Tidal waves and earthquakes, they're also big threats. Now, I don't think that a tidal wave is going to completely wipe out all of humanity, but it could do a decent amount of damage to large portions of humanity. Climate change is another huge thing that could really Now that's man-made, and so that's something that
Exactly. If you want to get into that, that's also something
I think we actually probably agree a lot on climate change. Like probably not the solutions, but we at least agree on probably actually.
I just gave you
agree.
a solution. What do you think about it? I just gave you the solution. What do you think?
I think that I think that in place, like, let's take New Zealand. I actually think that a building code that requires solar houses to be built on any new houses would actually probably be a good idea. Another thing I think when it comes to you're gonna like this one. Like, I think that reducing agriculture for meat would actually be a good thing to reduce climate impacts. Especially if we move...
I would stop subsidizing them. The subsidies is what's important.
Yeah,
we pay
particularly
we pay almost as much as NASA for the subsidies that goes to animal products.
Particularly the dairy industry is something that that I'd like to sort of downsize at the very least downsize it. So we do agree on some of the solutions. I think that one of the things that I'd differ to you on is probably nuclear power. I think that nuclear power would probably be a good thing, especially in like states in US, like Central America, could really benefit from nuclear power.
Okay, well, central states, they get wind power and solar power. It is estimated that if you built a very small percentage of the Sahara Desert, little bitty, fucking little tiny bit, it would be enough to power the entire world. So let's say Oklahoma gets a big batch of wind towers and solar panels. That pays for all of them. Okay, 90% of the population is near the water. Okay, water has waves. They have this machine that goes up and down with waves, and it pumps a hydraulic pump. Boom, there's your electricity for the 90% of the population by the sea.
Well, yeah,
plus solar, plus wind.
There are some issues with that. Like, so the issue with wave power is the potential consequences of putting giant turbines underwater. There's been
no. They pump up and down.
Okay, well, I'd have to.
Wave action.
There'd be, and we'd have to see the environmental impact of that, because do have to consider the impact to the environment when doing basically anything. But like, I think that nuclear power is one of the things where it's pretty compact.
Well, come on! I don't want that shit next to my house, guy. You don't want that shit next to your house. What do you want? A solar panel farm or nuclear power?
What's wrong with nuclear power?
Japan just said they leaked it everywhere. Japan just said they leaked it everywhere.
Well,
what's wrong with nuclear power is that shit, like you just said, happens. Earthquakes happen.
That's why I said that's
and then you got a real problem.
That's why I said Central
if you
America.
Had a wind tower, it would just fall over. If you had a wind tower, it would just fall over. No problem.
Well, that's why I said Central America. Like, Central America have built big nuclear power plants there. If you build in Central America, I don't think that's near any fault lines. I don't think that's near that's not near coasts. If you're to build nuclear power in Central Australia, Central America, places that don't have a lot of although Central Australia is basically a giant desert, but Central America.
Come on, man! I already answered it.
I mean,
if
you're not
in the desert. Give you a heat. Give you a solar panel. If you buy the water, we got the pumper things.
Yeah, but
anywhere in between, you got the solar roads.
Need any of
that shit. You don't
nuclear
need
power
plant
is really compact compared to like this.
Okay. So look at private companies develop their home nuclear, whatever, and they can sell that to people personally. Their little home nuclear power generator.
What, a nuclear power generator at home? Like, that would be.
Exactly. You know what? If there was a call for it, the private industry will hire the best technicians, and they will hire the best scientists, and they will figure that shit out in order to get you that. If that was really the thing.
Funnily enough, there was someone that did try to make a nuclear generator in his backyard. I think that fucked him up.
They sold that as games to kids.
I think that fucked him up quite bad though, because when you got dealing with that amount of radiation unfiltered, like that's why nuclear power plants, like building a giant nuclear power plant, like in a place that is fairly safe, right? Build it away from the coasts and power lines, and not power lines, fault lines. Need to connect power lines to it though. Then it would be fairly safe.
Tesla would disagree.
And here's the thing, like nuclear power is one of the safest forms of energy that is currently in existence.
Safer than a solar panel.
Actually, if we look at the kilowatt hours, it could actually potentially be safer than solar. It's definitely safer than definitely safer. Oh, you got to mine the things and. I can't.
Yeah, nobody's dying from mining accidents anymore. Like everybody's we figured out how to do it.
Let's actually. How many people have died to solar panels? Solar.
That's not cherry picking, or reaching, or goalposting anything. That's none of that.
Okay. All right. Like here we go. Mortality rate in deaths per 1,000 terawatt hours. Right. This
is there a thing that answers that?
Yeah, there's Statista.com. Right, so coal has this is in 2012. So coal in 2012 had 100,000 deaths per 1,000 terawatt hours. Right? Oil had 36,000. Natural gas had 4,000. Hydro had 1,400. Rooftop solar had 440. Wind had 150. Nuclear had 90.
Recipes, brothers. I used to work in the wind
and
the oil industry.
Now, admittedly, rooftop solar is probably very different to solar farms, because.
Yeah, because eventually you'll just be like, why do we even need that shit? We got solar roads, done, and we can have our own solar panels. I encourage everybody to get their own solar panels too. And when you do, drill a well.
What? Why?
Make sure it's clean water.
Okay, I mean, there's tap water. I don't. So nuclear is fairly safe. It's safer than wind.
Yeah, well, because you have one wind, you have like a bunch of wind towers, and you got one Chernobyl. Nobody's really backing it. But now you got one Nagasaki. What is it? Nagasaki? Or no? Hiroshima? No, sorry. No, what is that?
You're thinking of Fukushima.
Oh, Fukushima. That's the nuclear disaster that I'm thinking about that we don't need.
Also, when turbine blades are buried, they don't decompose. Yeah, same with solar panels. Like, when solar panels I don't think we have an effective way to deal with...
What? You don't bury fucking blades. You grind them up and you use them in fucking new batches of fiberglass.
But yeah, like, nuclear is a fairly good option for energy. Like, it's... The only problem with nuclear is the potential... that I see is the potential.
By nuclear?
No, I'm not getting paid. Like, I'll say that there are definitely criticisms of nuclear power. Like, it does take a while to build a nuclear power plant, and there are quite high costs of setting it up. But that's why I would advocate for just building nuclear power plants to at the very least start shutting off coal power plants. If you build nuclear, you get rid of coal.
What if you are in New Hampshire and you're on your beautiful property, and all of a sudden you hear a bunch of construction happening, and then you start seeing a nuclear power plant go up on right next to your house, and a bunch of other people are like, "Hey, what the fuck is this?" And I say, "Oh, I guess fuck your property value."
Why would the property value go down because of a nuclear power plant next to it?
Ooh, they do. And you know what?
Why?
Actually, that happens with wind turbines too. Wind turbines make your property value go.
Okay, so it's just any powered thing next to your house will make your property very good.
Ugly. Yeah, just ugly shit.
Yeah.
Ugly shit.
Well,
But
yeah.
nuclear power isn't because of the beautiful funnel thing. It's because it's like, oh, that bitch could fucking explode if something happens and make all my property worth shit for fucking 10,000 years. Like Chernobyl. Oh man, I would love to have some Chernobyl property.
Well, that's actually why I like government regulation, right? Like, if you have government regulation, you can basically say, hey, look, what we're going to do is we're going to regulate it so that nuclear power plants have to be up to scratch. And when you get, and there's some pretty good designs for nuclear power plants that are the likelihood of them, exploding or whatnot is very tiny. In fact, when it came to Chernobyl exploding, the Chernobyl, it didn't really explode, it was meltdown. When it came to that, Chernobyl's meltdown was everything went wrong. Like, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And with Fukushima, that was bad reactor design. The reactors were in the wrong place. And, there are some bad reactor designs that are still around, but that's why regulation should be a thing. Decommission the reactors that are badly built and build reactors that are, up to standard. That's why I think that just decommissioning nuclear reactors is a bad idea. I think that what we should do is we should try and get reactors that are actually effective. Man Devil actually gave a good comment, and he says, where is it? I've got to wait for it to come up. Oh shit, like, this is taking, like, the chat is taking ages to actually come up with all the things. Like if only this chat was moving actually moved as fast as it does on when I step off for a few seconds.
Do I get an average amount of hate above?
I haven't seen much hate in the chat towards you lately.
You're like a real cool dude. The other guys are like fucking very
Yeah, well, the thing is, like,
genuinely curious.
Well, yeah, I'm one of these people that, like, I do think that a lot of what you say is wrong, right? And we do agree on some things. Like, when it comes to, like, things like, what is it? The climate change. We agree on a lot of that. But when it comes to other things, we disagree. And, chat will call you... Yeah, chat will ridicule you when you say things that they disagree with you. Hell, they'll ridicule me if they disagree with me, right? And if I say something stupid like if I say something like let's say I say Biden is absolutely based, right?
Based? What do you mean by that? What do you mean based? This is gonna be interesting.
Like, based in, like, saying, basically what I mean by base is that he does a lot of good shit in America. If I say that, then chat will probably ridicule me for... Oh yeah, like, I'm36 says, when Planner gets something wrong, we make damn sure he knows about it, right? Although I do...
Excellent. I don't want to even tell you you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you believe. Literally, I just want everybody to not have to pay for somebody else's belief. If you're a Muslim and I have to pay you because you're Muslim, that's not fair. It's not fair. If you're a fucking heliosexual and I have to pay for your fucking fantasy, I don't want to do that. It's not fair. It's just not fair.
All right.
Can I get an amen on the fair?
I gotta address a few things in chat.
Justice.
So, Man Devil actually says Planner Walk likes government regulation because the New Zealand government is pretty awesome and not morons. Yeah, that's another person also said Greenpeace warned about the MOX in Fukushima years before the disaster, so that's a
point in favor of nuclear. And another person. Okay, yeah, we've got the Biden's shit, Bernie all the way, and I think there's something else about Biden, but maybe it was retracted. Anyway. Oh yeah, it's a point in favor of regulations. But yeah, when it comes to Biden, I actually do think that Biden is based on some things, like not renewing. Here's something that the private sector should not be involved in, and that is prisons. Like, fuck the private sector getting involved in prisons. Like, I do not like the private sector getting involved in prisons, and I like the fact that Biden is withdrawing funding from private prisons. Now, here's the thing: like, Biden is not 100% great. He's he's got his problems, but he's better than Trump, and I mean, he's actually president, so that's, you know, I'd rather Biden be the person that's actually president than Trump. You know, he's also...
You know who's better than both of those, but you have no idea who?
Was it Bernie Sanders?
Joe Jorgensen. Absolutely not. The Libertarian Party named Joe Jorgensen, and
the vice president. Didn't
Joe Jorgensen is it?
Didn't Vosh debate that guy? Let me see.
Yes, I think so. I think you're right.
Vosh. Let's search. Joe. How do you spell the last name?
Jorgensen. J-O-R. I don't have no idea after that. It should come up. Jorgensen.
Let me.
J-O, like not.
Joe.
Anybody knows how to spell that? No.
Joe Jorgensen.
There you go. There you go.
All right. So Vosh.
And Spike Cohen. It was the vice president. Spike
Jorgensen. Let me copy the last name so I make sure I get it absolute right.
I think you'd be very interested in that, lady. That was the third choice. You got Joe Biden, you got Donald Trump, both complete sacks of shit, right? Joe Biden rubbing on little girls and sniffing on little girls and saying weird shit. And then you got Donald Trump that's passed more gun laws than any other president, the last 5 presidents combined. And, you know, they're both garbage. They're both playing for the same stupid TV show.
I mean, well...
And yet Joe Jorgensen saying that I will defund all of this. I will defund all of this.
Well, I don't agree with defunding everything. Like, who was this other person that you mentioned? The
Spike Cohen.
Spike Cohen. How do you spell the last name?
C-O-A... Han, like H. Cohen.
Let me Spike Cohen. There we go. Let's see if I can, because I'm pretty sure like it was either Vosh or Destiny. That had one of them.
I think you're right. There was a really good interview. It was really really good.
Let me see. Let me see if Destiny.
The only thing they can get her on is that she agreed with Twitter being able to ban people. And if you look into libertarian, you're not supposed to be touching people's business or telling them how to regulate their business. So therefore, there it is. You can kick whoever you want off your shit. Go make your own shit.
Okay, I'm not sure that... I couldn't find whatever it is that I'm thinking of. So
I know what you're talking about, though.
Yeah. Like, I was seeing something. Might have just been a candidate, not like a person running for president. Anyway, when it comes to...
There's a lady. You're right.
Like, here's the thing. Like, when it comes to... I do think that Twitter and Google, they do have the right to ban whoever they want. Like, you know, if you're on the internet... like, if
Google decides to ban me, they have that right. I don't have to agree with the how they exercise that right, though. So, when it comes to them exercising that right, I will criticize their inconsistency on some of these things, right? And that's something that I think should be,
zero gun laws. Zero gun laws. In the audience, they're saying, Jason said, I wanted zero gun laws. Yeah, sure, why not? Sure, why not? What are you going to do if there's zero gun laws? Are you going to go out and buy a bazooka like everybody keeps saying that stupid shit? No.
Well, there'll be
you're
some
not going to
people
go out
that
and buy a bazooka.
There's some people that
You're
would.
just going to go buy a gun so you can... Yeah, there's some people that would. Yeah, of course. If you
know.
got $2,500 to blow on a fucking single...
I think that I do think
dudes blowing cars up all the time. It'd be sweet.
I do think that there's people that shouldn't have guns. Like I do think that there should definitely be like I do think that there should be a case where people that have committed crimes before, and I'm not talking about weed. I'm talking about like actual like. I don't think murderers should have access to guns. I don't think that. I don't think that people that are mentally unstable should have access to guns.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I think that if
like
you
mentally unstable.
Yeah, I think that if you like, let's say that you have depression and you're suicidal, right? I don't think that you should.
How would you determine that? Would you determine? Who would determine that? Would you determine that chemically?
You'd probably have to do it via a analysis or something. But I'm more actually
so I should take
no.
your rights
Like,
away. So
hold on. Let me rephrase that. I think that
Okay.
So the reason why I brought up depression was actually due to another point. I got 2 points mixed up. So one, I think that should be that you should have to wait. I think that there should be a waiting period between the time that you buy a gun and the time that you get a gun. So that if you do have something like depression or suicidal thoughts, you can't just go instantly out, buy a gun, and then blow your brains out, right? I think that what should happen, or, if you're angry at someone, I don't think that you should be allowed to just go out and buy a gun and then shoot them dead in the street because you're pissed off at them. You might not be thinking rationally. But then there's instances in which people might have problems like issues where they don't think straight, and I wouldn't want those people getting a gun. People that have something wrong in their brains.
Now you're using health to take away people's rights. That's what's happening.
But here's the thing: I do think that they should be allowed to get treatments for their mental state. I think that treatments should always be.
So they can only get drugs from the government that's been subsidized. Listen, we already fixed this problem. Remember, I'm the president now, and we don't subsidize animal products. Animal products are what's making people depressed. Chemically, it's also making them paranoid schizophrenics.
Great. Let's take away gun rights from anyone that eats animal products. I'm on board with you.
That's exactly what you're witnessing right now with COVID-19. It's exactly what you're witnessing right now. Rights are being taken away because people eat animal.
Oh, and I actually also agree with C. Brown. Like, no 5-year-olds should be allowed guns.
Oh my goodness! No 5-year-old should be allowed a forklift. That's fucking stupid.
Yeah, there's definitely should be age restrictions. There's
for the parents. The parents should. Who the fuck you think is like selling a 5-year-old a gun? Like seriously, make that scenario not happen in reality.
Yeah, let's say a 5-year-old decides, okay, I'm gonna walk into this libertarian gun store. They've got the money because their parents are super rich.
You were about to say that this dude's gonna sell a 5-year-old a gun. Please tell me. Don't even do it. Don't even do it.
Well,
change the subject.
Here's the thing, like in
play
the
piano.
A little bit, but this I'm just saying, I don't think that it should be legal. Now there is the question of whether that person will actually sell to a 5-year-old, But if someone
Oh, come
does
on,
sell
dude.
to a 5-year-old,
You get
or even a
fired.
14,
You get fired. Listen, you get fired, and then the entire society, the socialist society, comes and burns your fucking gun store down to the ground. That's what happens because there's no police to tell them no. But that's what's going to fucking happen if you sell a 5-year-old a fucking gun. Dude, can you operate in really like the real world for a second? Imagine that people aren't all fucked up on animal products.
So there is the fact that there are a lot of people that just would refuse sale to a 5-year-old, right? And I'm not saying
Exactly.
but then you get a little bit older, like let's say 10-year-old. Okay, maybe some might be more willing.
No,
But then there's some people that will be.
Nobody's going to sell a 10-year-old a gun, dude. I don't know if you. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. What happens is you get about 15, 16 years old, maybe 14, and then your dad and you go up to the gun shop, you get a fucking little bitty 22, and then you go out there and practice. That's how it happens.
Also,
it never happens like a 5-year-old gets
and
a
also,
gun,
if
that's a paranoid schizophrenic shit, dude.
let's say a 10-year-old or a 12-year-old, let's say they're pissed off at their parents. They go into the gun store. They decide, okay, I want to buy
give me a fucking gun.
I want to buy a pistol or whatever, right? And then they use,
because I'm not mad.
you know, that they want to go kill their parents for whatever reason because they hate their parents.
Holy shit!
Right?
That sounds like they got a dietary imbalance. That's
Right
off the bat.
it's one of them things where it's not necessarily everyone would find out about that, you know?
Yeah. But I've already solved the problem. We don't subsidize animal products no more. You're no longer eating adrenochrome, which causes paranoia and schizophrenia. You understand that? What part of that don't you understand, so that we can go over that, because everything I just said was a 100% fact and it affects you every time you crunch that bacon.
There would still be people with mental issues, even if you got away.
You have mental issues right now because of that bacon. You are high as fuck on adrenochrome. You have paranoia and schizophrenia. That's why you keep coming up with like crazy scenarios. You're paranoid, like you just keep coming up with. That's what paranoid schizophrenics do. They keep coming up with scenarios about how something's out to get them or how they would survive if they had to be survived. It's like that's what the paranoid schizophrenic does. That's what adrenochrome does.
And
I don't
you're
want to insult you, but I'm just telling you what's happening.
And you're not paranoid about having to pay taxes and taxation being theft?
I'm getting robbed. No, I'm getting robbed. I have to pay taxes on businesses and shit like that. Like, I have to pay fucking, like everybody else doesn't pay tax, but because my location is in a good spot in town, I have to pay the fucking taxes. Which, bro, everything doesn't work. Nothing works. If everything was hokey dokey and everything worked, but it doesn't work that way, man. It doesn't work that way. People put money in their pockets. If it was 100% efficient, fine. If a computer ran that motherfucker, maybe. But it doesn't work that way. Then you would be working libertarian and fucking. It would cycle into a big socialist thing. It would just be.
Well, here's the thing.
What really fucks us is currency and inflation. And I'm sure everybody can agree on that.
No, inflation isn't bad, right? So here's the way that I see.
On your money.
Yeah, I'm actually going to make a couple of arguments here. So firstly, the way that I see currency is currency should have a. Now, I don't like currency hoarding, right? We're going to get into that with the inflation argument. So currency should be used primarily as a means of being able to exchange goods and services.
Agreed.
Without one person
Agreed.
Going overboard with the amount of goods and services, which is disproportionate to.
Well, if he did go overboard, you would go to somebody else that doesn't go overboard.
Well, no, what I mean is, like, let's say you've got three people, right? Three people want to get a whole lot of stuff, right? Now,
fruits and vegetables. Let's say fruits and vegetables. Let's use fruits and vegetables.
Yeah, let's say the first person decides, okay, I'm going to take all the fruits and vegetables because this person doesn't work at all right? And they want to take a huge share of the fruits and vegetables, and they can do that because they don't work. They can go in before anybody else because they don't have to worry about work, right? Currency should stop that. Stop someone taking, basically taking more than their due. But then you've got, let's say you've got two other people. You've got one person that works
is a moment of your time, and it needs to be accounted for. You know what I'm saying? If you do like a thing, you've done something, and you have to be paid for it. You know, whether you're making something and then you have to sell it. You're right. 100%.
Yeah, another person that works, right? They might want to go in and get a decent amount. Currency should allow them to go in and basically take enough. And then you might have a third person that works a more grueling job, and they should get paid more, and so that they can get more stuff. They might go, okay, I want to get some luxury items, right? And that's the function that currency should serve. People essentially being allowed to go and buy something in order to essentially in order to stop them from taking too much compared to someone else.
You're 100% right. Now let's talk about the currency. How about we hire a private organization to create a coin that is certified? They certified it. They ain't going to make their coin cheap and shitty. They're going to make sure that coin is worth top dollar so that it keeps its value. And your state makes a private company the official printer of this particular coin. And they can certify smaller companies and things like that to print it. Things and gold, silver,
you don't
copper.
So I'm pretty sure the Federal Reserve acts like a private company.
It acts like it is a private company. No, it is not federal at all. It is not part of the government whatsoever.
Yeah, so that's basically
it says federal, but it does not.
That's basically a private company doing what you said. You know, like that's
exactly
how things already are in reality, isn't it?
Exactly, but then when you mix the government into it, see, you're doing a private company. It's basically a private company being contracted through the government. Again, if you find any contractor that's being contracted through the government, it's a big fat government contract, and you got to make all types of money and you stretch it out for extra long.
So let's
do a
talk.
half-ass job.
All right, so let's talk a bit about inflation, because inflation is actually a good thing, right? Inflation is basically okay because it devalues money that's being hoarded, right? Hoarding money is not something that I don't think hoarding money should be allowed, because if you hoard money, you're not contributing to the economy, and therefore money.
Yeah, but there's a way that you get somebody's money. No, but there's a way that you get somebody's money. If I have a stack of gold right here, there's a way that I have gotten that gold. Either I'm trading something or I'm going out and digging it. You can't tell me I can hoard my gold. I can hoard how much gold I want.
Yeah, but if you hoard gold, usually if the way that economies work is the way that economies work is the more of something that's circulating in an economy, generally the less that it is worth, right? If there's a lot of gold throughout the economy, it's usually worth a lot more. No, it's worth a lot less. I mean, like there's a lot of buying and selling.
You're right.
However, if there's a high demand for, if it's meeting supply and demand, right? If there's a high demand for something, right, then the price of it will increase. If there's a low demand for something, the price will decrease. If there's a high supply and
talking about goods, not currency.
Oh yeah, this applies to gold as well, right? Now, if you've got a limited amount of
yeah, but that's currency, but that's not supply. It's different. It's different. It's like you're talking about watermelons versus currency. I can use a watermelon as currency, but
here's the thing. Like when we get into currency, the supply and demand thing doesn't really work because, you see, if there's not a lot of currency, people tend to say, okay, well, I need to save my money because there's not a lot of it, meaning that a lot of money is suddenly not circulating in the economy, and money needs to kind of circulate in the economy for the economy to go round. That's how an economy operates. Inflation.
Yeah, but if I can't save my money to buy my fucking bike or my four-wheeler or my motorcycle because you keep grabbing my money because you think it's hoarding, how am I supposed to get my cool shit? Don't you want cool shit? How much was your piano? What if I grabbed all your money before you can fucking afford that piano?
Well, I'm not talking about
That's a nice mic.
So I'm not talking about taxation right now, because with taxation, with taxation that works because you redistribute the wealth, right? People that have
grabbing my money because you say I hoard it, though. You said I hoarded the gold, so you come and get my money.
So if no, there's another way to incentivize spending, and that is what inflation is. Inflation is incentivizing spending of money. So that because the money that you hoard away is going to be devalued, right? It means that you're likely to go ahead and spend that money.
Hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. If it's gold, it is not. It's not. It is not. It's gold. It has gold standard. It's gold value. It's always going to be that standard. The dollar bill that is a Federal Reserve note is depreciating constantly. That's the problem. You got a bunch of fucking places that call themselves federal in every country that's giving out money and printing money out of nowhere, and they're taxing you on it, and they're charging you interest on it.
When it comes to money in a bank, right, and that you've basically put there, essentially what's happening is that money is not circulating in the economy. A healthy economy should have a lot of circulation in it because it means that money is exchanging hands. And actually, if money is circulating in an economy, technically everyone's actually richer. Like everyone,
I need to hoard $1 million worth of gold. You have a limit. I said 500,000. I needed 1 million because I need a machine that makes these things so that I can sell to the public. Now what? You have ruined the economy. Now I can't make those machines. That's why businesses leave countries, because they do that tax bull.
So what happens is when you've got a currency that can just be printed, right? You print more of that currency that devalues the currency that's being hoarded by people, and the people that are hoarding the money, their money is being depreciated. So yes, they can save up, right? But if your savings are if you can't save up, like if you're never going to be able to save up to buy a particular item, then you probably should be spending your money on something that you'll actually use it for. If I'm getting $100 if I'm able to save $100 a week, and I'm trying to save up for something that costs $1 million, I might as well just not even bother, right? Now,
that's some sad shit, dude. That's some sad, depressing ass YOLO life on the heliocentric model mental illness right there, shit. Dude.
No,
that's terrible. That's a terrible way to think, dude.
It's pretty reasonable.
You need to check yourself.
If I have,
man, you better check yourself.
If I'm getting $100 a week, right? And
then you fucking go out and mow grass, and then you get $200 a week. On the side.
If I don't have the time to do that though, and I'm only getting $100 a week, and besides,
time, player, then you get a better job, bro. It's just fucking.
I'm
sad-ass situations all the time. I got solutions, and you keep coming up with bullshit. Help me be thinking positive.
Here's the thing: rent costs a lot of money. Honestly, rent. Flying cars, it's impractical. Holy shit!
Just do it, man. Flying cars, bro. Figure it out,
But
I already did the fucking energy independence. You do the flying cars.
The idea, right, is that is if you depreciate the money, it's worthless. So that people that hoard money then go out and spend their money. That way, money circulates through the economy. Technically, if money is circulating through the economy at a faster rate, then everyone in that economy is actually richer.
Yeah, you're right. So make more money, make more gold, Still the same price, still the same gold standard. Not a problem. Put some silver in there, put some platinum, put some copper, couple shillings, mate, or whatever, you know, whatever they got, you know. But you know what we need to do. I already got this problem solved too. You know how you can have an induction coil and you can actually melt steel.
There's probably some way to melt steel. Yeah, well, I don't.
Well, you make an induction coil around it, and you stimulate the ions in the air, and it makes the metal turn in like molten metal, like instant. So what I'm thinking is like what you said. If you got, get your society has a currency, right? But this is how you keep it. You keep it gold standard. You make one of these machines, and you pour it into like a credit card size mold that has 1s and 5s and 10s and 20s on it. Yeah? And then you can just break off those little pieces. And then when you get home, a couple of pieces, you throw it in the little mold maker, eats your shit up instantly, makes you another mold of the 10s, the 20s, or whatever you got there.
I mean, that's kind of, that's counterfeit.
No, that's exactly that's it. We're moving away from a Federal Reserve shit. So every store would have a way to test these very thin things for gold or silver or copper or whatever. Easily test machine. Easy little tester.
Like I feel like that's bad. Like I don't think that's a good making. That's just like. Like I do
going into debt over Rothschilds is definitely not that.
I prefer I do like paper/coin money. Paper money is alright. Coin. Only problem with paper. Well, when I say paper money, I don't mean paper. I mean let me just grab a few.
But I understand when you say coin. When you say coin, my credit card mold idea replaces the coin. Now you have actually something that can be melted down again. To sit there and make a whole.
So yeah, this money here is more plastic than.
That looks like Mexican. That looks like Mexican money.
That's New Zealand money. It says here Aotearoa.
Yeah. Wow, that's weird. It looks exactly the same, dude. That's crazy. It's like plastic, huh?
And it's got a penguin on it. Yeah.
No, but it's like a plasticky feel, right?
Yeah. Like it's better than American money. Like I've got like some $2 notes of American money, like two $2 notes, and it's like really weird. Like you're always worried that I'm always worried that I'm gonna rip it with the American money.
Those are very rare. They don't have very many.
I think that you need to I think that what you need to do is you need to understand the economics better, like how economics, like what the purpose of inflation is, like because inflation does actually serve a purpose. It's if inflation didn't serve a purpose, then no one would want to inflate their currencies, right?
Only bankers want to do that shit. Only bankers want you to pay more for milk.
Why?
Only bankers want.
Why though? Like I don't think it's I don't think it's some.
So that you have trouble paying your mortgage. They're inflating everything, so you have trouble, and then you wind up forfeiting your mortgage, and then they buy your house back. All the money you put in there, they just get it back. So
well, no,
they sell it again. Boom.
The thing when it comes to like paying your mortgage, that's more of interest. That's not inflation. Like what they do is they can raise interest rates.
No, the inflation is on all the other things that a normal person buys, like a car and milk.
Hold on, I know people that
bread and butter.
I know people that have gotten mortgages, and because they're on a fixed term mortgage or something like that. Like due to inflation, they're actually easily being able to pay off their mortgage. So inflation has actually helped people pay off their mortgage.
Everything else around inflating in value. Where I was going to buy that bike for $100, now I have to pay $300. It doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Well, no. When someone
takes, all it helps is to keep up with taxes. That's the only way it helps is to keep up with.
Like when people take out loans like that,
when you have to pay your loan
That's
back,
interest, not inflation.
and you are getting more money because now here's the thing, like wages need to keep up with inflation, right? Wages definitely need to keep up with inflation. But if wages are keeping up with inflation, then you're making more money because of inflation, and simply you're able to pay off your mortgage better, you're able to pay off your loans better.
I don't understand how that's better, taking taxes and then devaluing money makes it better.
Well, I think that the better way is obviously taxation, but when it comes to all this, like,
or you could just leave me alone during my purchase of this house, no problem at all. There's no need to be taxed at all. No need for tax every year. You know, why not? Why not that?
Well,
why can't you own your own property? If you don't pay your taxes on your property, they will take that shit.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
that's okay?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I would love to buy my own property, but
Why? You just have to keep paying for it. Why would you buy a property and then pay it off, and then you still have to pay $4,000 a year? Why would you want to do that?
Well, what I'd like to do is I'd like to buy my own property so that it is cheaper than renting, and so that I don't have to worry about the landlord raising rent, right? However, I cannot do that because of lack of taxes. Because people use homes in New Zealand as investment properties rather than simply buying a house to live in. They use it as an investment property.
I don't know. Whatever. All right. I've been on here for like forever, so.
Okay, well,
I gotta eat. When you called me, I was like just about to eat. I forgot that it was the dime had just changed.
Well, that's a good point to end up things. What I'll do is I'll just read out a few super chats. So
I mean, you're making money on this. So you just want to keep going. I get it. If you're cool.
The thing is, like, I don't make, like, when it gets to about this time, I'd start making a lot less money than at the start, like, from super chats. So
Who's still in here? Who's the Haiti people?
So Indie Tigers said the plexiglass acts as an insulator, keeping static electricity from affecting masses, and B, air moving around the ball will move at equal speeds. Basically, refuting your idea about the thing that you said about Cavendish. And there will be ways to control all that in Cavendish experiments. There's a video that I have somewhere on my computer. I need to find it, but I can't remember where it is. That's a good video to show, like, Cavendish. There's also other experiments.
Find it.
Truth Nerds for €5 says small particles are still more drawn to the Earth than to the counterweight. Also, if it's a parlor trick, why are the many consistent results for Big G?
I mean, you're just measuring the same as buoyancy. It's exactly the same. If you just keep doing that equation, and it's the exact same as the equation as buoyancy. I understand. You got the equation in there. But if we had science that would pay attention to buoyancy and had a equation.
I think you just
explain.
Well,
what we're seeing there.
Here's the thing with buoyancy. Like, buoyancy, essentially, buoyancy to operate, it requires a 9.81 meters per second squared force that operates in the downwards direction. Buoyancy is based. Here's the thing that not a lot of people, not a lot of flat earthers understand, and that is that buoyancy is just a force of things trying to move downwards, right? So essentially, water. If you put something in water is pushing that up because it's trying to move downwards, and water is basically heavier and can apply a force to the other thing pushing it upwards. So yeah, that's buoyancy. That's why gravity is part of it. Another person says, I cannot see their name. I'm sure they've got a good name. It's for $10. Hold on, I can get their name. One second.
$10. $10. Good lord. Let's try to answer this person's.
Yeah. So it's. Oh wait, no, £10. So David Oliver says another way to prove gravity is plumb lines, particularly plumb lines near massive mountains, where the line is ever so slightly leaning towards the mountain.
Doesn't sound very scientific.
So if the mountain wasn't there, basically the plumb line would be straight down.
So you're saying the mountain is creating a gravity well?
Yeah, the mountain is changing the is basically altering the gravity. It's like that gravitronic thing that PhD Tony was saying about last time you were on.
Oh, get out of here with gravitronic. It's forming a gravity well because of the density. Gravitronic. That sounds like a badass fucking dance song, bro. It's gravitronic.
Well, maybe you could make that a dance song. Yeah, but essentially,
maybe you could edit that.
But
Fuck, I don't know.
Essentially, the gravimetric, I think it was gravimetry, something to do with gravimetry.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's probably screaming at the fucking screen. It's gravimetric.
I don't know. Maybe he would yell at me if I don't think that he's really that PD to yell at me because I pronounced it incorrectly. Oh, Gravitron is a ride. That's why I was confusing it. Yeah.
That's it.
Gravimetry.
Man, I don't want to interrupt anybody. I'm just trying to keep it flowy, you know. Just like it's dead air is not good for radio and whatnot. We're on kind of radio, so.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just trying to, just kind of, poke it back and forth. That's what I thought I was doing.
When it comes to discussion, it's like good to when it comes to discussion, it's good to let the other person finish. And you've been a lot more polite this discussion than in the other discussion.
Well, you didn't bring two fucking villains in to try to attack me and scream. Remember those guys? Remember that guy?
Even before then, he seemed like a lot more calm. This one. But anyway,
I was probably fresh off of Fat the Flat Earth interview too. That dude.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Maybe Duindi says everyone wants to sell their solution to society, but fail to understand what exactly they are asking and how complex that question is. Yeah, that's why. Ideally, I'd like a society which doesn't have a government, but unfortunately, I don't think that is possible because of all the intricacies about things like human behavior and what people are trying to achieve. When interests conflict, it's like whose interests are worth more, and it's not always the interests of the person who is trying to do the best. So that's why regulations.
Yeah, you're right.
That's why regulations are important, and so it's a complex thing, and it's like the way that I view it. Here's a bit of a hot take: libertarianism is generally how people would like to. Is generally how people would like society to be run, and if everyone were rational, perfectly rational beings, libertarianism could actually possibly work, right? However, the problem is that people aren't complete beacons of rationality, and I think that I'd say that Jason here is evidence of that. Jason would say that I'm evidence of that.
I would not. I would say that you have a chemical imbalance that you don't understand, and I wish you'd look into it. You keep hinting that you're going to look into it, but I'm about to take off. I got like a couple percents on my phone.
Okay.
Please, right now, look up that song that you suggested that I listened to.
On Needles. So you listened to that?
Did you?
Wait, are you saying that? Are you talking about the song "Needles" that I thought you might enjoy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just thought you might enjoy that.
Well, where did you get that? Where did you hear that shit?
I've got all.
Read the lyrics.
I've got all
Read
the
the lyrics in front of everybody right here.
I mean, I've got all the System of a Down albums. That's where I found it from. It's like pull the tapeworm out of your ass. Hey,
what were you like?
I think it's like very metaphoric, you know, like but
Right, metaphors.
yeah, Needles lyrics.
The needles are the tapeworm's crown of thorns they have that stick into the lower intestine. That's how they attack.
Yeah, it seems like it's very hard to say exactly what it's about because I don't think it's literally talking about a tapeworm. I think that it's like using tapeworm as like an allegory for something. Not sure. Maybe like I'm not sure exactly what it's talking about because you know it's you know, but you know it's could be talking about authoritarianism or whatnot.
It is. It is. When you got a tapeworm in your ass, it's secreting neurotoxins into your blood directly. Directly.
I don't know if that's.
There is no filter.
I don't necessarily.
There's no filter. You ever heard of like when you put alcohol? You ever heard of people putting alcohol in their anus and then getting drunk?
I have never heard of that one. And Dinosaur just super chatted $2 saying Steal This Album is underrated. Yeah, it's got like I will also recommend like another song to everyone here. Like I'll recommend a few songs. Highway Song, great song. Like it's a really great song. Like I like the sort of bridge in it. It's like the purest forms of life, their days are never coming back, you know? It's basically talking about extinction. There's all... I wasn't a big fan of all the songs on Steal This Album. Like, I do like some of them, like Fuck the System, great song. It's one of them songs which, when you listen to, initially it sounds like a chicken. But, like, it is great. It is a great song. Like, just it really showcases Surge's lyrical dynamic ability, I think.
Did you get a chance to look at 9 Inch Nails, The Warning? Just Warning, I'm sorry, Warning.
I heard a song called The Warning by them. I don't know if it was...
I think it's just Warning.
It wasn't great. You might want to link it to me if you want me to take a look at that.
It's not a super great song, but the remixes are good, and the lyrics are very, 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 very important. Talking about some wild shit, and if you try to, metaphoric it up, yeah, but it's like very stretchy to metaphor it, but it's not a very far stretch to Ball and the Noah floods.
Okay, I think I got it. I did get a few religious vibes from it. Like, I actually was thinking, you might like a song called Throw Down. Like, there's a song by Tenacious D called Throw Down. So, like, it's talking about religion. And also talking about, like, rationality in a way. So, yeah. But, yeah.
They're always trying to flood. Anytime they're talking about drowning or flooding or can't breathe, they're talking about Ball during the flood. They're trying to drown him.
Okay. I mean, I think that I don't think that there was actually a great flood. Like, even though I think that, like, the Great Flood was probably, like, a flood that was just over-exaggerated, you know? Like...
You're right. Right.
I mean, if I tell... Like, it's all about... if I tell you a story, right? I might embellish it a bit. And then you might retell that story and embellish it a bit more. And after a successful embellishment, after many successive embellishments, it becomes a different story that, has gods and all that in it.
You're right. You're right. True.
Mass debater in chat mentions another song called F Her Gently.
All songs about redheaded chicks are about the parasitic worm called the tapeworm. Actually, tapeworm. You're talking.
I don't think so.
Those are red. Those are red. Anytime you see a chick in a movie and she's a redhead, they're depicting this parasitic worm, which is always female, by the way. Which is always female. The worm kills the male, eats the male, and then lays eggs on your anus.
I don't think that all redheads... Like, that's worse than saying redheads have no soul. Like,
no, in the movies. In the movies, they depict it as that. That's what the movies, and when they're talking about
I do not think that... I do not think that that's the case. Oh, another person, I think the question might have been directed to me, but you can also answer. Do you like Rage? I do like Rage. Do you?
Like what, Rage music? I don't know.
Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the Machine. Oh. Yeah, of course. I mean, who doesn't? Of course.
Yeah.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Yeah, that's Killing in the Name of. There's also... another good one that I've heard.
Fuck the G-Ride. I want the machines that are making.
What's that song? Something about fire. Let me... Rage Against the Machine... No, it's not those ones. Sleep Now in the Fire. Yeah, that's a good song. Yeah, there's actually someone... There's actually someone in that holding a Trump 2000 sign.
Oh, wow. It's all... That's a conspiracy theorist shit. Better be careful, man.
No. Like, it's because Trump was running for presidency in the year 2000.
All right, be careful. They'll turn on you, dude. Get him. He doesn't believe no more.
Well, that is not a conspiracy. Like, Trump was going to be running for president in the year 2000. He just wasn't running for the Republicans' nomination. It was in.
The reason he won is because he said everything that libertarians stand for.
And
that's literally the only reason.
And then he didn't. And then he didn't deliver on those. Oh, he delivered lower taxes, but he didn't deliver on half of it. Like, he said that he was going to drain the swamp, filled it up with more billionaires than any previous.
Yeah, garbage. Total garbage. It's all a show. It's all a fucking show. It's all Netflix.
Well, that's why. Well, that's
and you pay for it with your credit card.
Well, that's why I say that Biden is better, because I think that some of the stuff that now, admittedly, I do like some of the stuff that Trump did. Like, I think there was like a First Steps program that Trump did that I agreed with. That's about it. There was also like banning bump stocks, which I would say that Obama would have never been able to get that passed. Not in 1,000 years. And I think there was like and he also pulled out of Syria, which I think that when it comes to Syria, it's something that he should have. It should have been a gradual thing, to not leave a power vacuum there. But I do think that the US should try and get less involved in wars, which is why I do support getting less involved in the Saudi war against Yemen.
That's I bring every troop home the day of my inauguration. I bring every troop home, and we start working on a super bullet train all across America.
Okay, good luck. Good luck with that.
Better than them coming home and killing themselves because they've been shooting little Iraqi kids.
Veterans do need support. Like, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people will say that because I don't necessarily support the troops. But what I mean by that is I don't think that they should be sent to war. I think that
I don't support. That's exactly why. You're right. You're right. I like it.
I think that like, I think that it's okay to have an army, you know, like if someone wants to come and invade your shit, like, yeah, you want to stop them from invading, right? That's the point of an army.
Militia, maybe.
But,
Militia, maybe.
yeah, potentially.
Militia, maybe.
But when it comes...
That's why you got that dude with the rocket earlier, remember? Remember? You said why you got to buy rockets. Because maybe for that, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe for that, maybe.
But, like, I don't...
Right?
I don't think that we should be sending troops to other countries, and I think that there's sometimes... I think that sometimes it is justifiable, like, if there is a country that is being super aggressive towards all these other countries, and actually being like, yeah, we're going to fight you, be like, okay, stop. You know, but...
Well, when I bring up on that one is they had some hearings, congressional hearings in America, and they brought this little girl in, and she was saying, "Oh, I was there in the hospital, and these soldiers came over and they kicked over the incubators that were holding a bunch of the babies, and they kicked the babies out, and they took all the incubators away, and we literally fucking went to war because of that." Come to find out, that little girl that was saying that bullshit was the fucking daughter or niece of the ruler of some other shit, and they just did that so we would go and attack them. Media.
I'd have to look into that. I do know that there has been some rather
the incubator incident.
I do know that there. I do
Look it up.
I do know that there have been some bullshit wars, like when it comes to Iraq, but that's one of the things where it's like, is that really malice, or could it have just been someone fucked up? Never attribute to malice which can be adequately explained by human stupidity.
Or oil, or greed.
Yeah, like
They do that shit for research,
Killer Kev
you know?
in chat said, it's okay to protect, but to send people because you heard from your cousins, aunts, mamas, baby, daddy that other countries had oil is not. Yeah, like if you're like, here's the thing, armies should only be used for protecting your country. That's
defense.
Defense. Because, you know, sometimes you will have, like sometimes you'll have in America that, you know...
That's the only example you can get. That's like fucked up. We have America come and try to fuck your shit up, and you have to protect your shit, and then you become a terrorist. That's how you can become a terrorist. See how that works?
Yeah.
You try to protect your land. Get off my ship, America. Oh, you're a terrorist.
9/11.
Oh, that terrorist? That's what you mean? Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah, like, I don't... Here's the thing. I don't agree with... I don't think that 9/11 should have been carried out, but I don't agree with some of the events leading up.
Do you think that was real? Do you think that those buildings fell at free fall speed?
Yes. Well, not free full speed. It was a bit slower than free full speed, but it looks... to a lot of people, it looks like free full speed, just simply because of the...
Yeah, it was free. No, it's free fall speed. 100% to make the bottom collapse, especially not at free fall.
Well, that's a completely different...
Do you think a paper plane took down 3 buildings in that area? 3 different buildings, Tower 7, Tower 2. And you think that aluminum plane did that?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
I've actually looked into this, and the more I look into it, the more it actually seems likely. I actually used to be more on the fence about this, but the more I look into it, it becomes, okay, yep, this seems like it happened. This seems like the events that happened.
You think they found the passport on the street from these terrorists?
I'm not sure.
Fact. That's a fact. They found the passports of the terrorists on the ground.
I don't know about that, but like it could be. Fact. It could be something that I think is more likely that their I think that it was more likely that their passports was scanned. But if someone wants to prove me wrong on that, you know, it could be.
Nope. And they took a picture of the engine that was supposedly projected out of the building and landed on one of the streets. And when you find out that is not the engine that was supposed to be on that particular plane, it is the impossibility of that engine being on that plane. It's like a Rolls Royce or something when it's supposed to be a totally different one.
Do you
I don't know.
don't like? Here's the thing.
Just-
Do you think that like, when
No
it
black
comes
box?
when it
Black
comes to
box?
that, like
Black box?
a lot of people will often bring these things up, and the question I always have to ask is: the American government really that incompetent that all these things that people like, you know, having like a completely different engine? You'd think they'd be like, okay, yeah, we'll get like an engine that belongs to like whatever plane crashed into the building. Like you can't.
No, because they want people like me to say these things so that you can get in front of a bunch of people and then call me crazy and try to say fucked up things to me like Fat the Flat Earth does and embarrass me and make me not say anything anymore, therefore turning you into an army of April Fool assholes.
It's
You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be rude,
It's one of
but
them
that's something
things-
you do is talking about killing people. I'm a family man. You're talking about killing me. I'm a family man. You're talking about saying I'm crazy and then I'm a threat to my family and then I should be taken away from my fucking family. That sucks, man. That's a lot of
Well,
pressure.
when it-
And not everybody wants to fight with people about this.
Well, when
but
it
it needs
comes-
to be fought.
Well, when it comes to these things, like sometimes these things like can be explained by really simple things, and it is one of them things where there is a lot of misinformation like out there. Did you? Okay, let me ask you a. No, I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to make some statements because I know that if
State them up.
because I know that
How long you
YouTube
gonna
will
be? How-
YouTube
I
will
wanna know.
remove me if I talk too much about this, right?
Okay.
So in Myanmar, there was actually recently a military coup, and
Really?
yeah, and you want to know what their
What does that mean? A military coup? That means that the military has done the will of the people? I don't want to
no.
interrupt you, but I just want to make
Basically means that the essentially what happened is there was an election, right? And the military but basically went in once the election was done and said, we don't agree with the results of the election. And, it was basically, the people didn't vote for who we wanted them to vote for, so we're going to, kick the person who's in power out. That's what.
So it is for the people then. It is in the name of the people.
Not really. Like, the people,
Or
people didn't.
The people that were in power already.
Well, it's basically.
Is that what you mean? The people in power already that had control of the military?
No. Essentially, it was So the military is kind of its own body. In Myanmar, the military is really its own body as opposed to the government. So what happened is a particular party in the government was voted in by the people in a landslide victory. The military decided, okay, we don't like this, so we're going to stage a coup. Now, what happened, one of the things that they were doing beforehand is they were spreading misinformation about election fraud and all that, right? They're saying, oh, this election's going to be rigged and all that. And that's what allows a lot of people to get away with things, by spreading misinformation. A lot of times the people that think that, you got a lot of people that will say, oh, this thing was fraud or this thing was that. They are the people that are unknowingly spreading misinformation, even though they think they are, like QAnoners. Like, they often think that they are spreading truth, but in reality, they're just spreading more and more misinformation, which is helping the people that, if they knew who they were helping, they would probably not want to, they'd probably be like, holy shit, but, they don't see this, and because they're being told that this person is a good guy, this person's a bad guy, anything that this person does is good, anything that this person does is bad, and, But yeah. But, one person said military coup. Look at me, I'm the government now. Oh, and he just dropped out. I think it's probably got low battery. But yeah. That was an interesting conversation. Like, he was a lot less... it was a lot more calm this time. But anyway, I'll probably just end up the stream. He just jumped back on, but I don't know if he can hear me. Anyway, I'll end up the stream. I've also I've pinned in the chat the Dunning-Kruger stuff that you can buy. I don't know if I've had any sales of that yet. I know that one person has bought some, but you know. I'm just gonna quickly check. Who knows?
I came back to say goodbye.
Okay. Take care.
I mean, all right. Well, it was fun. It was enjoyable, and
yeah.
I don't think, yeah, everybody's cool, right?
Yeah, you weren't. It's unfortunate you weren't as funny as last time.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's funny. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to make fun of anybody. We just want to, do our own thing. I don't want to pay for your thing. I'm sure you don't want me to pay for your thing.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but like last time, you were absolutely hilarious. There's some golden things that you said.
Yeah, well, you brought in two fucking goons, bro. I had to beat them up.
Even before then, you were saying hilarious things like a 6-mile long pipeline. So I'm 36. I just want to respond to 36. Like, there should be pinned by Planner Walk, and it says Planner Walkers showcasing their merchandise, and yeah, so that should be in the chat there.
Good for you, man. Good for you. Get that money. Get that money. All right, man. It's been fun, and yeah, like if you want me to come on again, I'll come do it again. I don't know, it's not as entertaining, but learning something. I learned something from you. That was pretty cool. That song, that was crazy. That actually blew my mind this morning.
Okay. So I'm 36. It should be pinned in the live chat. If not, there should be a merch shelf underneath my video. If not, then go to teespring.com or spring. I think it's spring. Spring.com/plannerwalk. Is it? Oh, I think it is. No. That wasn't... Hold on, let me try and find that. What is it? Let me... From Spring. Shit. Share listing, copy link. Let me... actually, if I go share listing, copy link, and then I go over to here, that should be allowed. Because I'm not logged into it on here. Planner walk. Oh really? Oh, hold on. What I'll do is I'll unpin it. Unpin message. And then I will pin it again. Pin merchandise. That should come up now. Okay, let's go to... Yeah, it's like plannerwalk.creatorspring.com. I'll also... Oh, shit. Control C. Control V. I'll put it in chat. Hopefully it actually links in chat. Yeah, you should be able to see that there. Because why is YouTube not showcasing my merch? There should be... Yeah, plannerwalk.creatorspring.com. Should be able to click the link in the chat, Whilst we've got 47 people here, I'll also just show a quick thing that I've been working on. So yeah, I've been working on this. So this is something that I've been. Oh, I just realized that I didn't have my screen shared. But yeah, this is something that I've been working on, and obviously it needs to be done
obviously things need to be fixed up. But that's the general idea of what I'm doing for my game. Hopefully it goes well. But yeah. Anyway, with that, leave a like and subscribe if you like the stream, and I'll play like the thing that I played at the beginning to lead us out. Leave a comment letting me know what you'd like me to do. I swear I've got to actually be like, okay, I'm going to wake up like, this morning would have actually been great. Oh, so the kitchen, so some of the sprites is for a kitchen. Like one of them is table, which is actually going to be like it's going to be a separate sprite. The fridge is, going to be a tile map. Half of these are tile maps. Well, most of them are tile maps, right? And it's going to be something that you'll wake up, and then it's going to be for the Flat Earth game. It's maybe hard to see it currently, but that's what I'm planning to do. What else was I saying? Yeah, something. Oh yeah, this song that I'm gonna play at the end. Oh yeah, I need to just be like, okay, ring ring Kenthoven. Yeah. This morning would have been great if I had because time zones are a bitch. It really is. I think it's because people just don't like Jason. It wasn't a bad conversation. No, I actually do like getting into to conversations about things like communism and all that, because like a lot of people, they don't understand communism, and it's like one of them things where it's like, okay, well, I'd like to get into these conversations so I can at least formulate my own worldview better, and work out the objections, and because like for Flat Earth debates, it gets boring after a while. It's like, because you get people that are thick as shit that just won't. They just won't listen. And that's why this conversation, the Flat Earth portion, was that I was actually pretty bored during that part. So. But when it came to the other stuff, like that was far more interesting. So that's my take on it. Anyway. I will see you in the next stream or video. Between you and me, thank you for watching.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.